Alright, we got a little bit of an early stream today. It is Easter. Happy Easter to everyone. And I've got some extra time to mess around and play some video games. So, we're going to play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We just finished part of Chapter 5. I think we're just starting Part 2. Usually these things have had 4 parts. So, if that's the case, it's possible we finish it today. I would imagine it would probably be one more though. Because I did think chat said it's a little bit longer than the other stories. But I'm not too concerned by it. What we'll do is just, play it until the game says it's over. Gina! See, that's why I ate grown-ups. All I do is feed you a pack of lies. Take stuff away from ya. Truth. Oh really, Mr. Strahd? Tell me. Is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah. The D let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarp her. Always pays off, giving people a look like you hate them. I can't help feeling like it's gonna get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc? But Mr. Windabank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare. I think not, Mr. Strahd. We shan't enter Windabanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windabank. But this is mine. I had the ticket for this coat and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. I think she's my favorite. It's either her, well, I should say, I mean, maybe Sholmes is my favorite, but also Sasato. I mean, everyone's good. Van Zeeks is great. But I really like Gina. I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No ta. Oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Aw. Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Sasato. Until later, then. Anything else to examine? Looks like not. Yeah, we've examined everything here. So we can move now. Oh, whoops. I really like how this game has it where, she kind of tells you where to go. 15th of April, 3:46 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Susie and Runo, come in, come in. Yeah, Iris is also great. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Is it Von Zeeks? Look at the little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Jenny! Isn't that exciting? Oh yeah, we knew that. Oh, what a surprise! That's wonderful. Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Oh, he's in his spiffy outfit! Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. Buddy? What's up with him? I do apologize when he gets like this. He's completely oblivious to everything. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Hey, Penguin! Yeah, so, I had some extra time, and you know what I said? I said, I want to play video games. So here we are, playing video games. I didn't get to stream yesterday. I did get, like, the bonus stream in on Friday, which was nice. But, I figured, hey, I'll make up for the lack of stream yesterday. I was starting a little early. I have some time. I had a nice little Easter dinner. Had some ham and potatoes and mac and cheese, and it was fantastic. It was really, really good. Hey, Pamphy! How was your ramen today? And how are you doing, Penguin? Hey, Time! Oh boy, here we go gaming again. It's pretty good? Nice! What kind did you have? Because now I've learned there's lots of different kinds. So, next time I'm going to have to add the spicy sauce. They gave me that option, but I didn't do it last time. Happy Easter to everyone that celebrates. Happy Sunday to those that don't. You just missed the one-hit KO on an Annihilate because Friend Guard OP, but then they killed their own Annihilate with the mouse beat up trying to proc it. Oh no! Some of the Pokemon, like, competitive fights just have really silly things in them, and I'm here for it. I love it. A python broth made from chicken and pork? Oh! I didn't see that one on my menu, but, like, I'll have to double check for it next time. Because I know I'm already gonna go back there and try, there was the pork one that you mentioned. Only kind this place serves? Gotcha. Well, I'm glad it was very good, and I hope lunch with, you know, with your family was really nice. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a happy Easter. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering. Am I right? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. I'm a really big fan of how she, like, has mannerisms that mimic Sholmes with, like, the little finger points. It's, like, super adorable. And I get it. You know, Sholmes is such a great role model. Who wouldn't aspire to be more like Erlock Sholmes? Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Well, I'm gonna examine things first. Like, what's going on with our buddy over here? What are you so engrossed in? Did you not hear? I am not here. I cannot think why the whole bed of the ocean is not one solid mass of oysters. So prolific the creatures seem. You won't even turn around and look at me. It's best to just leave him alone when he's in one of these moods. I can see that. Hey, the real violin. The Stravadar. The Strappy Scar. The Scrapifarius. No, it's no good, it's gone. The virtuoso's violin that he found in a pawnbroker's and managed to buy for next to nothing. After all we went through to get it back, he's just cast aside on that chair. Do you think people would do that? Purchase a musical instrument and then just, like, cast it aside over on the side of their room and, like, barely play it? You know. I don't know. I couldn't imagine that would be the case. In other news, I'm staring at my keyboard. No, piano keyboard, not like computer keyboard. That I've played like 3 times. It does look rather sorry for itself there, doesn't it? At least Wakahai hasn't attacked it. Oh yeah, where's my cat friend? Meow. It looks like we've already kind of like seen everything, but we'll just double check. Okay. Speak to me, Iris. So, by Jenny you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. What a great friendship. Oh my god, please leave me alone. No, get back here. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Jenny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep a smoke grenade launcher? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyways. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Jenny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Oh. Okay. The music stopped. Mommy passed away when I was born, and at around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh! Oh! You're Watson's daughter! I'm sorry, Wilson's daughter. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. He recorded them all? So you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes? I mean, what is a dinner party without at least one, like, big downer, like, confession? If you ain't dropping trauma at dinner, like, what are you even doing? Really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Harley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. It only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. If your dinner party doesn't have someone unexpectedly dropping their painful formative experiences, is it even worth... Exactly! Exactly. If I don't leave a dinner party having learned some piece of information about one of the people there that I really had no idea about and couldn't even tell you if I actually, you know, would have wanted to know... Let me rephrase that. Not that I wouldn't want to know, but, like, I would not have pressed them on it myself. Then, like, what is even the point? Dinner parties are for, you know, obtaining new gossip. Surely it's not about, like, enjoying good food with friends and having a nice time and being a pick-me-up, right? You had a dinner party and thought of Glass Onion? Glass Onion was so good. I loved Glass Onion. The payoff is just incredible. Who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. Well, he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. Oh my god! Sholmes' partner is no longer with us. We haven't confirmed that he's dead, but like he's not here, right? And Sholmes came back and started taking care of his partner's daughter. Oh, that's so cute. Good guy Sholmes. I love Sholmes. How did we start from who is this buffoon to where I am now? So it came as quite a shock. Yeah, Sholmes' stonks have continuously gone up. Like, there have been people that started off higher than Sholmes started off, and like, you know, plateaued or maybe went up a little or down a little, but mostly were about even. Sholmes like enters and just, you know, skyrockets. Every scene with Sholmes is better than the scene before it. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean, it must have done. You still think he's a buffoon, but a good one? Yeah, he's like a lovable buffoon. The type of buffoon I aspire to be, instead of just like a complete mess one. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say his ways have rubbed off on me. I also think that's like the best way to handle that is to like let the kid know early. Because the longer you wait, the more of a bombshell it is, right? Although I can't say that I'm 100% like sure that I'm correct on that, but like that's just how I've always thought, right? I've done no, like, scientific research on the effects of that and, like, when's the best time to tell people so that it doesn't, like, have a negative impact on them, but I like that he told her early. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometime. It's called body language, Iris. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all these civilian stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solves a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again! It was quite a shock for everyone. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study, so I could earn a doctorate as well. I was his follower, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh, I completely did not put those two together. Can't believe you killed Iris's dad. That's fucked up. I did no such thing. I did no such thing. But the lady from England, whose name escapes me, did, but she wasn't punished for it because of diplomatic immunity. Yes, Miss Brett. The dramatic gopher sound here. Dun dun dun. Oh my God. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. She's theoretically going to be punished by a British court. I'll believe it when I see it. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Umai University. Although I hope that she does, because, like, that was messed up. And she showed no remorse about it either. She just, like, flaunted it. And then pretty much laughed about the fact that, like, we couldn't do anything about it. And a man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Mr. Sato. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Wait. Hold on. Ah, my dear fellows. How good to see you. Wait. I have a new question. When Sholmes was on the boat with us, that means he was with us. He was, like, in Japan or something, right? Because he got on the boat with us and then helped us solve that case. And her dad was dead at that point. Did he just leave a 10-year-old by herself at his house in London for, like... Because we were on that boat for over a month. From the point where he solved our case to the point that we got into London was, like, 50 days, right? Because we talked about learning law over the next 50 days before we landed. Before we docked in London. Oh, sure. His get on point wasn't my concern. I see what you're saying. He could have got on after we did. That's fine. I'm just saying he was on the boat with us for like 50 days. He left this poor 10-year-old on her own in London for like 7 weeks, at least. Not counting any time that he left on his way out before he got on that boat. That's messed up. Oh, yeah. Fish and chips guy. Okay. You know what? That probably makes sense. Hi, Sholmes. Yo, this outfit is so good. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So how the devil are ya? Well, I've been better, Sholmes. I just learned that Iris's poor father is dead. We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold! A saucer of ale. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Miss Sasato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. Sholmes, did you pull a Gina Lestrade? Did you just, like, snatch that back? Oh, you sly devil, you. Oh my. What's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well even be more adept at larceny. Oh my god, this guy is the best in the world. I love him so much. I'm a very good detective, but I'm an even better thief. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be a pickpocketing assistant. Yeah, Sholmes would be unstoppable. Who needs the entirety of the Phantom Thieves? It could have just been Sholmes and like the game would have been solved in like two fewer chapters. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Okay, I'm on board with this, like, crime team. Let's go. We need to find a way to get Gina in here. And, like, the squad's ready to go. Yes, I'd be delighted. I was gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Yeah, exactly, Taz. Just gather all of them into, like, the same room and explain how they're all shit. Psy arrests all of them, the game ends. Takes, like, 45 minutes. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. A bar of caramel? Oh, you were eating some salted caramel. You're one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. Hand it over. Oh yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Oh, that's actually genius! Oh my my god, that's so smart. I never would have thought of that. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, the caramel is quite exceptional. You've heard of this trick being used to copy keys before? Really? There was soap? Oh, that's fascinating. I had no idea. Oh, speaking of, like, copying keys, I have a fun story from my much younger days, my high school days. My senior year of high school, junior year of high school, one of the two. It was probably senior. I had to take my car that I was using to get to and from school, to get some work done. And I took it to this, like, rather sketchy place, right? Because, you know, they were cheap. And they did the work. You know, I handed my keys. They do the work. They get all my information down. They give me my car back. It works fine. I bring it home. I wake up the next morning to my neighbor, because we lived in a little development at the time, like in the suburbs. And my neighbor tells us how at 4 in the morning, because he's up very early. He was like an old military guy. At like 4 in the morning, he caught someone trying to get into my car in the driveway and ran them off. And he ran them up because we lived right on like the edge, so like it was the bushes, and then it was like right across the street was like a parking lot for, you know, various things. And in the parking lot was a tow truck that the guy ran into and got. And apparently, it turns out that that place that we took it to got in trouble and like got caught eventually. But they would do work, copy people's keys, and then overnight steal it, put on a tow truck, and drive it back and chop it for parts. So if my neighbor did not be outside at 4 in the morning, that would have happened to me. So now I always try to take it to places that aren't super sketchy. Which is a very weird, silly story. And I'm sure some of the details are like... I'm sure that some of the details are slightly skewed because, like, memory is a bitch. But yeah, yeah. So... that's cool, right? Because no one ever thinks anything weird if, like, you see a tow truck, like, pulling a car up. So apparently what they would do is they would have the copy of the key, just unlock the door, drive it to the parking lot that was, like, right nearby, put it on a tow truck, and just drive it away. So we didn't put all of that together right away, just for what it's worth. It's not like we reported and then they got in trouble. What happened was the neighbor told us someone tried to steal my car on a tow truck. And we were like, wow, that's really weird. What the hell? Thank you for, you know, for stopping, like, and helping and all that. Later, when it came on the news, like months and months later, that place was doing that, is when we put, you know, 2 and 2 together, like, oh my god. That's what happened. That's fucked, holy crap. Well, that's bullshit. Yeah. That's probably, like, the most ridiculous story I have in terms of, like, weird shit happening to me. The result of a precisely controlled solution. Also, hi, Austin. How extraordinary. Gosh, I wonder... I'll have to, like... next time, if I can remember, I'll have to, like... ask my parents if they remember exactly how that went down. Because I feel like I have some of the details slightly skewed. But, like, that was the gist of it. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a husky, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. Oh, exactly like you were saying, Tass. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. It sounds illegal. Show me in the law books where I'm not allowed... Okay, actually, I'm sure it's in there somewhere. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does this play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box? I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? That's okay. We're one of the lucky ones today that gets to learn something new. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. Oh, so does, like, the fact that each of, like, the little things on the comb are a different length mean that when they get hit, they'll play a different note? Is that, like, how that works? Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Would the shorter one be higher or lower pitched? Look at this. It's always a learning stream when we play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I always learn stop lane. The shorter one would be higher. Oh, that's fascinating. Small protuberances. Pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder. Yes, this is the type that I think I'm aware of, right? Like we talked about this last time we played this. Like you would have something outside that you like spun it. Almost like a jack-in-the-box, but not quite. And like you would spin it and it would wind up and then you'd let it go and then it would slowly like unwind itself, and as it unwound itself it would like play notes. This music that's playing right now reminds me of Professor Layton. I feel like something very similar played when I was trying to solve puzzles. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Why exactly? I would hazard a guess it's because you could play like different things off the same music box now instead of a music box playing only one specific thing, because like the discs are easily exchangeable. Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. Yeah, I got it right. I'm so smart. Somewhere Mitsuru got closer to like acknowledging me. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Oh, I would imagine that like the discs would all be uniform size. That would be like the whole point of them. Although I guess if we can't like agree on a uniform USB cable, like we still haven't solved that problem, huh? Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The other item must be the music box. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Everyone? What a legend. That's Hurley for you. Always taking things too far. But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. Surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes. Yes, that is certainly true, in the worst case. I shall have to ask you to vacate the attic room. Oh. I really should make one of the free emotes, like a Sholmes emote. What are my free emotes right now again? Hold on, let me post all of them. Can I get rid of any of them? Oh, no, I only get 5, and like these 5 are all really good, aren't they? Okay. It's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. So, like, we're gonna find out at some point what the hell happened to him, right? Like, why was he in there? Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. The truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment. Oh, I like the little arrows on his breast pocket. I didn't notice those before. I assume it's a pocket. The case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let's be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. That reminds me. Something Mr. Winterbank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Were his words, I believe. Do you think Sholmes' pipe is one for tobacco or for bubbles? Because I would not be surprised if he, like, blew out some bubbles at some point. Weed! Some of that good shit. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Okay, Iris, like, Huffy Face, I'm sorry. Iris Huffy Face is, like, really good. Maybe for drinking tea out of? Yeah, that one guy did drink tea out of it, didn't he? He's like a beaver, he just has to chew on things to keep his teeth from growing out of control. I like all of our headcanons. I like all three, actually all four, including my bubbles. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Winnipeg's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. Alright, so like, something's definitely getting stolen from this place, right? How many times can we talk about how safe it is? You might as well come out and say that, like, the storeroom is only like 6 months away from retirement and it's going to do one final job. It's more secure than a bank vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story? Can anyone give me, is there like a 2-sentence synopsis of The Hound of the Baskervilles someone can give me? Because they've mentioned it twice now, and I'm guessing I'm going to want to like have context for this. No, there's not? Okay. Is that a note because you don't know it, or is that a note because like it's not possible to summarize that in like 2 to 3 sentences? Okay, it's a lot more involved than a quick summary. Gotcha. Oh, it sounds so exciting. I don't need context? Okay. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should have loved to read it. I just knew they had kept mentioning it, so I wasn't sure. Unlike most of the Sherlock Holmes stories, it's an actual novel, not a short story. Oh, okay. Cool. Maybe I think I mentioned it already, but maybe I'll grab that. I'm planning on going to my bookstore again this week. See if they've got that. Maybe pick up a few classics. Ah. But what are we eyeing? I don't know. Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles? But how could you know the full title? Well, that's... Oh, okay. That's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's? And yet how could Susie here know its title? The huffy face is so good! Hold on, let me get my huffy face on myself. Well, Hurley, what's going on? What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Gina! This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. You're very much welcome! It's okay for you to be like, thank you for inviting me to the dinner. I would love to come. You don't have to, like, pretend that you hate it. You're cool. We like you. Come hang out with us. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Even among this game's excellent cast, genius, like off there. Yeah, this cast in this game is so good. She's a teenager. She literally has to pretend she hates it. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Anything that could be fun, like with people, she's like, no, I don't like doing that. That's no fun. That's beneath me. But secretly, she's like very excited to be here. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, Iris, are you okay? Yeah, okay. Oh, yes, just wait there, Jenny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Shizato, I love you to death. You're great. You are a wonderful judicial assistant. And outside of throwing me across the room, I always enjoy our time together. I don't think it is the place of the person whose place it isn't to say make yourself at home. But I appreciate, like, the enthusiasm. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some middle awesome... Oh, you know what? You're right. We do live here. Okay. I kind of forgot for a second. Mendelssohn? Alright, someone hit me up. What is Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Make yourself at home, but only in the basement where our jurisdiction ends. Ah, famous composer. Gotcha. Cat! Cat! Meow! Oh my god, what a great game. Game's got cats. Game's got crime. Using salted caramel to, like, make a music disc imprint. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Oh, see, that's a good question. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe the cat is a criminal cat. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. Well, this was wonderful. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine, and I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we were in court. Naruhodo, can I consult with you about suppling? Shizato! Shizato, we are literally like best friends. You don't have to ask if you can talk to me about suppling. Just talk to me about it. Don't gotta preface it. Although, I'm not one to talk, I do that all the time. What's the matter, Shizato? It's about the telegram I received. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh no, that won't be necessary. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Who could that be? Hi, Iris! Hi, Iris! Hello again. And Gina! Jenny's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jenny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Alright, and then nothing bad ever happened ever again. And we had no more cases to solve, and we just, like, hung out with our 4 best friends for, like, ever. In London. Right? That's how the game works? Oh, what? In particular? All those things Jenny showed us, wasn't it wonderful? I mean, all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine! Iris stole our lawyer armband. However did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Did she steal it off of our arm? Because that's, like, pretty impressive. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here. You can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Jenny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yeah, me too. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. I suppose she probably does. Iris? I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you gonna tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. Hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. No, not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up. Is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Jenny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Hey, Blue Braid! Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So where's your old man now, then? Japan. He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So I've never really met him. Oh, he's been there for years, then! Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Y'all talk to Gina? Momentarily. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time. Under any circumstances. Oh, why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. Well, I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. That's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating me like a child. It's mean. That's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good, but he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? I realize I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our moms. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah. Dive into my life, I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. I did it for me. Because I was good at it. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. What would it be like to have parents, I mean? I always try to make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. Aww. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Why would you think that? It's simple. If that story was really in old Winterbank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, Blue Braid. We were talking about how, like, every character in this game is, like, really, really good. There's no real characters that are just, like, there. Like, everyone, like, stands out. I would probably say my three favorite characters are these two and Sholmes. But, like, there are also a lot of other incredibly good characters. Like, it's got a lot. I'm also like really impressed by Ryunosuke. Because, like, usually the main character might be kind of goofy, but, like, doesn't get a super lot of love in things like this, right? Like, for example, I guess a good example would be, like in Zero Escape, right? Like, I don't think anyone would call Sigma their favorite character from Virtue's Last Reward, right? I assume for everyone that would be Fi, because, like, Fi's incredible, but But like they did a really good job with him in this game with like the main character. He's like really likable. I love Sasato. Van Zieks is great. Even some of like the smaller characters really shine, like the banker guy and the Hatter. Hell, you even had the one like random juror that had like 2 lines but like still stood out because of the way he like handled the knife. You sold it. You love Sigma. You started 2-3 earlier, which is the start of the absolute strongest side characters by a significant margin. Let's go! Yeah, there's like... I'm so excited. There's probably not going to be much of a break between like us doing this one and like the next game. There's definitely going to be no break like there was in the first Ace Attorney trilogy where I played one and then like 6 months later played the second one. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Maybe a better one, Blue Braid, would be Junpei. You're extremely hooked to Code Vein? I've been having a lot of fun with Code Vein. Bamfy and I have been playing it. And, like, I really enjoyed the game. I've been pleasantly surprised with it. It's not like... perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But I've really, really enjoyed it. I'm glad you're hooked on it also. Yeah, the story's been really solid. Yeah, we're on 1-5. We're having a good time. This is the last case of this game. I actually just really like this music, so I'm kind of like vibing here. We're still pretty early in the game, I think, Blue Braid. We've beaten, like, probably 2 bosses. Maybe 3, depending on, like, whether or not one counts as a boss. But, we've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad I was able to, like, point it out to you when it was on sale for, like, $9 or whatever it was. Hard to beat that price. No, I haven't done the depths at all outside of the demo. But we have picked up a couple maps. I'm sure we'll get to it at some point. I spent way too much time on my character. I love my character. Surprising no one. She's like incredibly vibrant, color palette wise. You're ahead of me? Okay. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. We have 4 options to explore now. 2 normal areas and 2 depths maps. Oh, nice. Yeah, because we wrapped it up like at a boss last time, right? So we've got a lot of options now, which is nice. You get to like poke around in different areas and see what feels right to you. At some point, I'll have to like actually start working through like the trade-in quests, but you should definitely post your own character. Yeah, I'll have to be sure to do that too. Like, especially if people are starting to play Code Vein. I don't think it's on sale anymore, or it might be on sale for one more day. It's like anime Dark Souls. You get to create your own little anime character, and then like run around. I looked at some like characters that people created, and some people did like very spot on like characters from anime. I saw one that was Bochi, which was like really funny. It might have been like a mod instead of with their the character creator, because like she even had the little like hair tie like the yellow and blue like cubes or whatever. But it was like really funny. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You ain't realized it yet. Oh, Gina, you're so cynical, but also kind of right. So I'm trying to make Gina in it? Yeah, you probably could. The last boss I did was the butterfly. Like the poison butterfly. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him. I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. But I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. How did Sasato learn about it, by the way? I don't remember. That was like a week ago. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Jenny. We should go back downstairs. Alright. We don't know? Okay, so she just knows it and we don't know why. She hasn't explained. Got it. And please don't mention this to Hurley, will you? I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget something over the past week. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. I had brunch yesterday. I posted a couple pictures in the Discord. Oh my god, I had like strawberry crepes. They were so good. My mom had like berry French toast. It was even better. This game dangles a lot of plot threads for a while, whether you're aware or not. Gotcha. Yeah, I wonder if it's one of those games where like there's a lot of lines that don't really mean much to me right now, but once I get like the whole picture, if I went back and played it again, it's like, you know, in my face once I know what it's actually saying. I always like games like that. I love that animation of Gina's also. Oh yeah, I'll check the Discord. Let me see. Let's see this. Whoa! Blue Braid! That's gorgeous. Oh, that's awesome. That is one of the things I miss the most from living on a coast. Sunsets at the beach are just like incredible. And I don't get those anymore. Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. I think it's time that I turned in for the night, too. Yeah, I bet. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at the university. It can't be a coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. Hey, buddy. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. She's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Sasato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? If you'll indulge me. Look out of the window, my dear fellow. Yeah, that sunset's very, very pretty, Blue Braid. And I'm glad you were able to go visit up there and see it. Like, that's awesome. What's this about? No, I don't think she's robbing me blind. I think she's robbing the pawnbrokery blind. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's. Oh no. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, you, could know about it. Sorry, Ice, but if you ask me, he sold it without telling you. Yeah, very pretty, right? Gosh. Sunsets over water are just like chef's kiss. Love them. So pretty. Definitely miss that from my living on the coast days. Well, anyway, we must investigate at once. Mr. Sato. It must be Gina. Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. Come, there's nothing to lose. Oh! Nothing better happened. Nothing better have happened to Gina. I didn't think anything sinister until you said that. Oh, don't make me mad, game. There is. Mr. Sholmes. What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go. Excuse me? I've lost them. Hello, hello. What have we got here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibank's. Anime cutscene!
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
I have apparently been saying Naruhodo very incorrectly this whole game. Oh! Oh!
It's Gina!
Well, this sucks. Alright, well. I'm like, oh, please don't let anything happen to Gina. And then, like, something happened to Gina and also Sholmes? And also Mr. Windibank? Alright, well. I mean, I guess we continue. Ugh. Bang. Now let me take a sip of water. Try to gather my thoughts. Yeah, the fear to be continued text. I think I'm gonna need it. TNM. I don't believe it. You can put the gun in her hand. I don't believe it. Oh, we're gonna have to defend Gina, aren't we? Is she okay? Hold on. Hopefully she's okay first, and then we'll defend her. But, like, I refuse to believe that that's what happened. Came a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings. Good morning, Iris. Jean is dead. Sholmes has been shot. How are you? A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Jenny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes. Okay, well, I'm gonna examine things. It's spring at last and the weather is warmer now, but I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. How about some tea? Thanks, Iris, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Sasato makes for... Okay, this is the same thing. Yeah. This is the exact same, dialogue. Is the shovel the same too? Yeah, the spade and shovel argument. I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it. Yeah, I have definitely had days in my past of like holding an envelope up to the light to see if I could read it. You were so mischievous. Alright. So I have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered in the early hours of the morning. Yes, I had a feeling. You did? I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them. But they got away. So it was one of them who shot Mr. Old Windibank? I don't know. But that's not what the police believe at the moment. Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect. Gina. Okay! Well, Gina's alive, at least. That was up in the air. The thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I agree. None of us think she did it. And why have they arrested her? Well, because... the police are bad. There's nothing I could do. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. Well, when we entered Windibank's, a gun was fired. And he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No, it's alright. His life isn't in danger. Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. Attending to him there. That's a good hospital name. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. What if it's a really straightforward case where she actually did it? Forensic shows it came from her gun, and she wrote a note confessing to it before coming home for dinner. Then I would find out exactly how it happened, so that like she intended to do it, but technically someone else did it, so she's let off the hook. It'll be fine. She didn't do it. Don't worry. Don't you fret. Gina wouldn't do this. Well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. Plus, Gina has never ever showed any hostility towards, you know, adults or people in charge of things. She's never had a negative interaction with Mr. Windibank ever in her life. And she had no reason to be over at Mr. Windibank's to, like, you know, search for something. Because, you know, none of her friends had, like, a reason to believe something they valued was there. And she had no reason to go check and see if that was the case. So clearly this is some tomfoolery afoot. Every one of those things is actually things she did, by the way. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you've seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well. Yeah, don't play a hero, Ryunosuke. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie? She's still at the police station. I expect she's still being questioned. Police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Mrs. Otto stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. One of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Jenny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside. Oh, it's a locked room! The locked room doesn't matter unless they had his key on them. Like, unless he still had his key. We know he has, like, a key to that door. They could have easily taken the key and then, like, you know, locked the door behind them. Yes, we've had one locked room mystery, but what about second locked room mystery? Oh, it's kind of the third! It's kind of the third, actually. Until we solved that the carriage had, like, a window that could open from the outside. Up top. Because before that happened, we thought it was, had to be someone inside the carriage because the door was locked. And didn't open. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. The only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Renault? Well, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. Not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. Not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Take your child to work day! Jean's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. Don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. She's ready for action. Okay, let's go to the hospital first then. No! 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 Gina didn't do anything. Missed much of that case. Yeah, it wasn't that big of a locked room mystery. It just kind of like turned out that way for a little bit, and then we figured out that like you could get it from the outside, so that aspect was irrelevant. Early. Yes. I won't say the name to not spoil anything in case someone hasn't played that one. But that is exactly what crossed my mind too. Was I was like, hey, I've had to like steadfastly defend someone to chat before. There's no way she did this, and chat's like, she definitely did this. I'm like, no, she wouldn't. She's too pure. She's too nice. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in bed by the window. Well, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I don't think just walk it off works, Iris, for bullet wounds. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury. Oh. Hello. What we have here? This ward is off limits, no visiting. What are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman? The great mystery solver as a mysterious family. Where's he, Constable? Where's Hurley? Currently in the operating theater, madam. Undergoing an extensive operation. It's been several hours. Does appear to be working? The anesthetic, that is? Oh! The gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours. Thank you, Constable. We'll leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Show him his bed. I don't think that will bother him. I'm gonna find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. Crutches. Have you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries, to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see. Well, they're weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in the hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in battle, had been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Okay. Well. To the prison! Hey Gina, how you doing? They locked you up, friend. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher. Well, I'm glad they let you keep that. What are you here for? I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Jenny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. You know... Oh, let me turn that off. 1 second. I gotta remember to, like... turn off the notifications when I'm streaming. I was gonna say, I don't think Jenny would shoot anyone, because she's never pointed a gun at anyone, especially myself. Oh no! Yeah, I always try to remember to turn that off, because, like, even though 99.9% of them, for people, are, like, you know, not a big deal, some people just don't like that. Don't like having others see what they're playing. Yeah, it takes like 5 minutes. Just hold on a second. You know, I gotta get my smoke grenades. Give me 1 moment. All right. You got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. Hey, I'm pinching here. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop in a day of the week. I don't know why I gave her that accent for a second. Just kind of came out. Just to see what I could lay me hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Jenny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Jenny? Jenny, would you like me to be your lawyer? I don't understand, Gina. Why do you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's not gonna be rigged anyways, the whole trial. Well, pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums. Me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled at the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Jenny, don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Why don't you tell me what happened? You tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers? There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Jenny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know? It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Jenny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Probably everything you said in McGilded's case was a lie. We already know that, though, so... What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry, we're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Jenny, please. Oh yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Oh, a cat! Photographic print of a really adorable cat. Found it in one of the pockets of his coat. Ain't no point in having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Jenny. The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Yeah, what's up with this? Ah, yes. 2 days for the murder on the omnibus. Oh, so I wonder how all of this is tied together. Because I feel like at least most of these cases are tied together. Right? Because what do we have? We have our case, which was Iris's dad was like the victim. Kazuma died. And I guess that was just kind of its own little thing. But he still, like, didn't get a chance to tell us what it was that he had to do here. And then you had the McGilded case that involves the pawnbrokery somehow. And, like, the music disc. And the overcoat. And then you have the last case. Well, the last case doesn't seem like it has much overlap. It might be more of its own little thing, but... Mr. McGilder still had the ticket. Presumably he never redeemed the article. Do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? There was something McGilder deposited. We need to investigate. Perfect. Yo! Good luck with raid, Bampy. Fingers crossed for the clear, for like the group clear. I am cheering you on. Let me get some water. Hey Reg, how's it going? I enjoyed the crosswording the other day. It's nice to see you. I'm doing all right. We're working through Great Ace Attorney Chronicles for the first time. It's been very fun so far. I love these types of games. And I've liked this game, like, a ton. I enjoyed, like, the regular Ace Attorney trilogy, but, like, I think this one's just miles better. It's been fantastic so far. And we'll see how it all comes together here at the end. We're in, like, the final case of the game. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Yeah, it was really nice to be able to swing by Squirrel stream the other day. I don't really, like, hang out in a lot of Magic streams anymore. So, like, I don't get a chance to talk to much of the, much like the old Gooby crew. So it was really nice to see everyone. This is what happened then. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. Lucky Squirrel doesn't play Magic? Yeah. I've caught Squirrel doing, Plate Up and Terraforming Mars recently, which has been pretty cool. I've never played Terraforming Mars myself. It looks a little complicated for me, but, like, it's been fun to watch. Although I have been playing a little bit more Magic than I used to lately. I kind of, like, barely played it all for, gosh, at least 6 months, maybe even closer to a year. But I've been playing a little bit more lately, like older formats. Turns out they put the Pro Tour back and suddenly I got interested in Magic again. Yeah, he's very good at that game. Like, he makes his decisions very quickly. And there is no, like, you know, terraforming Mars overlay, unfortunately. Yeah, I know, right, Penguin? You, like, do the Pro Tour and people get interested in Magic again. You know, suddenly there's, like, competitive tournaments and, like, an easily understandable method to get to it. And then you see really good players playing really close matches with cool decks, and then you build those decks and play yourself on Arena, and suddenly you're playing Magic again. I can follow Played Up a lot better now, which is nice, because I've played a little bit myself. But yeah, like I said, it's really nice to see you. I'm very glad to hear that you're, you know, doing well. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. This game knows what it's talking about. Oi, I heard that. Hey, Gregson. Oh, Inspector, good morning. I suppose I had to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away. I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Greg Z. Now look what's happened. Oh, he has some animations eating it. In fact, the fish and chips, like, refills itself. So he has, you know, solved world hunger by finding a way to get infinite fish and chips. I don't know if he shared that with the world yet. But he does have an animation where he gets all, like, you know, aggressive in his, you know, devouring of his fish and chips. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice. Some nice, refreshing fruit juice. Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some. Ah, lovely. So very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. I'm going to examine some things. Let's see what we can uncover. Oi! What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. But we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. What's the problem, Gregsy? Runa's a lawyer, you know that. I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that would be another matter. The accused? If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that? You need Jenny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Alright. What you got for me, Gregson? How's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night. Gina? You gonna charge her? That's right. She'll be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid... Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're gonna put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you... How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. Let's assume she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. See, now he's eating some fish and chips. Just snacking, crunching, munching. Gives it a little shake. The chips reappear. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting at all. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is human like the rest of us, you know. Anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop the bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? Will you ever make him better? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What, out with it, sunshine? Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories. That's why. Oh? I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson? Well, yeah, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What do you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It's one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me? The very next month, my pay doubled! Doubled, I tell you! That's amazing. Oh my god, yeah. Holy crap. That's fantastic. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print. The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you many nights, or how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. Well, that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. It really hit the spot, your ladyship. Oh yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Hey, tell me about this important message. But the young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Oh, Susie. She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned? No, not anymore. She had to head off. To Lord Strongheart's office. He summoned her. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey, and to go meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. Thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I head over to Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Okay. Wow, this one has so many places. Look at this. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness. You think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. Can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. There they are. Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did you just say? You return to your homeland? Susato. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was that about? Are you going home? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why are you talking about Mrs. Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jenny's trial? She's been formally charged now? Oh dear. What's all this about? Please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked! Why are you going home? What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba? My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at the university. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. And it seems he grows weaker day by day. As you're aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. Thought it would be prudent to hasten Mrs. Sato's departure as much as possible. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. But, okay, I hope your dad's okay. So Gina's been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Oh, the Strahd girl and the murder of the... Yeah. An all too suspicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Jenny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Damn! Rude? Of course. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. Police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is... It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry. The girl currently has no representation. Yeah, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Don't misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. I said good day. What a day. Gina charged with murder? Sasato about to leave? Come, Miss Naruto. Iris, we must make haste. But Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Sasato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Aww. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll start doing what I can as a lawyer. Back to the prison. Gina, what's going on, girl? '16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Ah. Hello again, Gina. Uh-oh. Give her a couple minutes. Let her load up. Alright, we're good. What are you lot here for now? Just have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition to that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Oh, 1 second. Let me check that. Oh, okay. I knew that name sounded familiar. Oh, he does kind of look like him. I didn't realize that. I knew that like the judge kind of looked similar to like the judge in the original trilogy. I didn't realize that the chief inspector, Strongheart guy, looked so similar to Damon Gant. I'd forgotten that like Damon Gant existed. It's been so long since I played the original trilogy. Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many lovely memories, and yet as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right. I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Huh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. Oh, Cesato's got her. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, huh? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Jenny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but... is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Uh-oh. Oh, we're about to find out that McGilda definitely did it, by the way. I mean, we already kind of assumed that, but like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilda was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing do you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing. And then... thud. Heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilda discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and set me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. If you remember, the first time we saw that picture, we commented on the fact that there were no gloves on her hands. Or on the hands of this person. And we assumed it wasn't McGilded, but then, like, the case made us think that I was mistaken. But no, I was right. I was right to notice those. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. And about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp her before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh my gosh. So what happened? What happened? What happened? You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anyone what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true. But... it's when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor, I let a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... yeah, that's it. The one with the D took off me at Windibanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long, Miss McGilded spotted it straight away. He picked it up in Smartish and stuffed it in his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Hey, what'd you hear? It was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Miss McGilded and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taking the first tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What were they talking about? don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. So McGilden was lying, as I suspected. Okay, what happened after? I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two coves from up top ran off to get the coppers. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGilden asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibanks. Coachy snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. Soon there was no one left in the carriage. McGilden opened the box under the seat. Let me get out of there. But not without conditions. What were the conditions? Letting you go free, I mean. Nope, not telling a soul, not for anything about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. This is the most important thing, he said. After sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change. Did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked me to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. And to take my overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You'd hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. In case I might happen to be delayed at all. You're to go to the pawn shop, Windibank, so it is, and you're to extend the loan before 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeit and any old fiend can come along and buy it. I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me... Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? After gone over it all, I piked it, got as far away from there as I could. Hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilden planned it, and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Well... But you're ready to string me up, hey? I mean, it's not great, Gina. I lied in that big old courtroom. Told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. In a heartbeat, he could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now. Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Or you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. I seen the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right? That's what I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy? Is that it? Awesome. Well, McGilded's case has some loose ends still then, huh? Okay. Well. On to part 4. Yeah, so there's a lot of like stuff going on with the McGilded case still. When we get to music, I'm gonna stand up, stretch my legs, and grab me a drink and take a quick little break. Here we are getting the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship? How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Glug, glug, glug. Hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating the storeroom as well? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. Yeah, what's this other case that's going on? So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then, let us not waste any time! Okay, so, I'm going to stand up, stretch my legs, grab me a drink, take a quick little break, a couple minutes. Oh. Interesting. Really? The break time one does not work. Let's fix that. Boop. Yeah, I will be right back. I want to thank y'all for hanging out. Alright, I'm back. I appreciate your patience. Let's get back at it. Now we can examine things. Oh, wrong button. So we wanted to examine this one first yesterday, or earlier. It is a pretty sound. Okay. Oh, see? Glad to get that confirmation. Oh, here's another music box. Doo-doo. Okay, looks like that's... Oh, hold on. No, we want this. Oh, what's the blood doing there? Oh, there's some blood on there. Oh, it got shot. Huh. Yeah, that's evidence. We should probably, probably make note of that. Hmm. Yeah, let's talk about the blood on the calendar, please. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Iris. Okay, I'm excited. What you got for me, Iris? Oh! Different people have different types of... Oh, so it changes to different colors based on the type of blood it is. Oh, that's awesome. I don't think that's exactly how it works, but I'll take it. Well, we don't know that. We have to... Yeah. So all the greens will be the same. Yeah, so you shoot like every blood stain, and you can see like which one was the same person. That's very helpful. Yeah, this has to be in the court record. Oh, this is really cool. I, the undersigned, agreed to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Gina Lestrade, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. They did not say it as Naruhodo in that little animated cutscene, but I don't remember exactly how they did say it. Okay. So that's going to come in handy at some point. Oh, so this is what we're looking for, the music box, which is probably the thing I highlighted. Guess we have to come back to this. Hey, we have a whole nother section here. Oh, I see broken glass here. Huh. Huh. This is the same thing that... Okay. Yeah, this exact same picture was what Gina gave us yesterday. Or last chapter, or last part. Yeah. Same day. So what does this mean? Just tell me. Tell me. Tell me the secrets. That's not quite right. Are they not identical? Oh! Okay, what's the difference? Hold on, just turn off autoplay so I can maybe see them. Oh, the shadow's different. They were taken at a different time of day. Look, next to the cat, like right to the left of its paws. Yeah. Okay. Just slightly different. Mm-hmm. I sure can. It's very subtle, though. What's the reason for the subtle difference? They're set. It's meant to be using a stereoscope. Oh, we did learn about that. Mr. Sholmes was doing... Yeah, Mr. Sholmes showed us that. Just over there. Of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. You know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Bruno? Oh, back on autoplay. How our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just open them, and it works. Well, the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? You try closing just one eye at a time. I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Yeah, that's also like the type of thing, what is it, like, you can actually see your nose, like, at all times, but your brain just basically, like, cuts that part out for you, so you're not constantly looking at it. I think I read something about that once in one of, like, my textbooks. A left eye view, and a right eye view. Why do just that? As long as you have 2 images, 2 eyes, and 1 brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. How to view stereoscopic prints. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. I'm dying to have a go. I'm also right eye dominant. Okay. Yeah. Susato was like having the time of her life. He's extremely left dominant, so she always walks with you on your left. Oh, that's pretty cute. That's cool. It's nice that y'all are opposites on that fact, so it works out well. Okay, so now I know how these work. Alright, this is pretty cool. I bet that looks cool on like the 3DS also, because this was a 3DS game, right? Because I remember there was like the coin flip towards you earlier. Yes, I did notice the blood. Oh, okay. I wanted to try and, like, do the blood test thingy. Oh, I have to show it to her. Okay, that's how we do it. Also, 1 pound. 10 shillings. So they're for a different amount. 9 p.m. 10:30 p.m. 15th of February, 15th of April, 13th. So 2 days later. Okay, no. I apologize. This one is for the box. This one is for the overcoat. So it's possible that that weird guy thought they were picking up a box, and that's why they said there was supposed to be something else, and she nicked it. And she was picking up an overcoat. But the pictures are the same, or look the same. And it's just, and so they thought that, like, they were there for the same item, they were there for different items, maybe? That looks like blood! Okay, purple, so this one's different. You need a known sample of the same color. How very vexing. I wonder. Oh, is it Gina's? Let's see. Because she was turning in the picture? Uh-oh, that's not correct. It was Gina who brought the ticket here to Windibanks, after all. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. But Gina doesn't own any gloves at all. Ginny wasn't injured, was she? Oh. My answer was too simple. Well, I'll get to pick it again. Okay. Maybe the last person to have handled the ticket. Okay, that's not correct either. I don't understand what they want me to do here. But like... I don't understand. Because the other two people are dead. I don't know. I'll just keep picking until they tell me I'm correct. You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. It was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. Well, that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Oh, I was thinking of like... Okay. I was thinking of, like, from yesterday. I gotcha. Miss McGill was also wearing leather gloves that night. I was about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It's been identified as Mr. Mason's. Okay. I guess we can go back here now too, right? The storeroom. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. I'll find them. Oh, is it gonna be a, do you have to, like, move there? Yes, okay. But we're done with you, right? Yes, okay. Wow, this case is, like, pretty elaborate. There's a lot of stuff going on. Because this is part 4, and I don't think any of the other ones... Maybe they had a part 5, like, including multiple parts of the trial, but, like, this one's much longer. Because we haven't even talked to Sholmes yet, either. Aww. Chat with ya. What do you make the crime scene here, Inspector? You got eyes? Use them. Oh, okay. Nothing more, nothing less. We'll see about that. I like this running gag. Scotland Yard police attendant here. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. Oh, from the inside. Lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor. Thus wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Jenny? She's my friend, you know. The hapless girl was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. Okay. In her pocket, we found the key to the door. misunderstand. I'm telling you, this running gag is like... Poor Gregson. Yeah, talk to me about Sholmes. How's Sholmes doing? Mm-hmm. Ask him to nod off. They can't get him to wake up, apparently. Uh-oh. Well, let's examine. Let's start with this. That with chalk outline. Poor Mr. Windabank. He was a nice old man. Shot just went through the heart. Let's test this blood. See what color that is. If it's green, we have some problems. Because that would match the one on the calendar. Oh no, that's a brand new color. Okay. That's blue. Okay, so now we've got what? 3 unknown, Fire Mason, Pop Windabank. Okay. Let's check the gun out. Quite possibly the murder weapon. Used to take Mr. Windabank's life. One second, let me grab my hoodie. Get a little chilly in here. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windabank with us yesterday, didn't we? Yes, we did. He started doing that little thing he does. Only a single shot was fired from this revolver. I bet that's going to be the one that hit the calendar. I bet that's going to be the one that hit the calendar. Because we now know there has to have been a second weapon because there are 2 gunshots. Because this is different blood than the one on the calendar, so that bullet in the calendar is not the same bullet that hit him. That's the box file that my manuscript has been kept in. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Sure, that's not what all this... And is it empty? It's empty, isn't it? It was there? Oh. I was not expecting that. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. A long unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited. Oh, let me read that. Iris Wilson. I think we're in the clear. Oh. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did you know the exact title of this story? Okay. That looks like everything in here then. I haven't done anything with you. So I guess are we done here? Oh, I haven't looked out here yet. Okay. Okay, still nothing. Hmm. Oh. Something new here. Let's find the true culprit. Oh, here. Hmm. Looks like I got everything from here, too. Okay. Anything new for me? Yes, this is where we need to go. Gene's not here. Oh, she might have escaped. I was only joking. Oh. I thought it was a great deduction. Yeah, my partner's an idiot and will take you literally. Please don't joke about things like that. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, that's where we found the crutches earlier. These are all just like normal. You ever notice when things go missing? Even Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that huge lump of metal is no longer there. Surely. Okay. Place is so much fun, just itching to dismantle that huge clock. Hospital feels positively ancient. Hope he's in good hands. We have to help her. Always quiet. I love attic rooms. Place feels different. Grayson's friends are working hard. If you let your concentration slip, you might miss what people say. It's gotta be in here then. Because this is the only one that, like, is insinuating that there's something to do here from, like, the dialogue. stuck. Yeah, this is the only thing that insinuates from like the dialogue on the bottom that there's something to do here. Most fascinating title you ship. Fascinating. And I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you? I'll await its publication with eager anticipation. Yeah, that was kind of rude, Naruhodo. Yeah, me too. Just gulps it down. It's a second ticket. Yeah, it's not cheap beer. You don't just... You know, with cheap beer, you down it as quickly as you can because, like, the taste is terrible. You just want to, like, get the effects of it. With tea, you want to savor it. See? Okay, I guess that was what I was supposed to do. So it was in this room, but... If they mentioned me doing that to him, I guess I, like, missed it. Go for a medium beer, maybe in fancy one. Yes, I could go for a nice beer. They opened up a little, what do they call them, like tap house near me that I'm thinking about checking out on Tuesday. Because it's right next to the movie theater, and I get half-price movie tickets on Tuesdays. So maybe go up there, have a beer, check out a movie. Been a while since I've had a nice fancy beer. Redemption deadline's already passed. For 2 months. Small box no longer be in here then. Been forfeited. You go for a no beer, also is water. Water is delicious. In fact, let me take a sip of my water right next to me. Really can't say it? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like, it's definitely a taste that's, like, not great to everyone. I don't really blame anyone that's not a fan. There's definitely some even if I do drink alcohol, there's some things I just don't like the taste of. Dong, dong, bing, bong. A body has been discovered. Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. We should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Okay. So we want to go to the prison then. You don't drink alcohol personally? Yeah, it's understandable. I think it's definitely one of those things where, like, there's some people that just aren't a fan, and I totally get it. I don't drink that much. I used to drink a lot more. Now, I'm trying to think about it. I'll probably have, like, if I go out to a nice dinner, I'll usually get something, whether it be like a margarita or a beer or wine or something. The only time I ever drink at home is if, like, I might buy a 6-pack during, like, football season and have, like, a beer or two watching a football game over the course of, like, 3 weeks. You've yet to encounter a type of drink you don't enjoy, just individual offenders. You've heard of legendarily awful liquor from Chicago that 1 in 45 people enjoy and the rest hate? Oh, you gotta try that one. 3 times ever, so is that? Yeah. And like I said, people that aren't a fan of it, I don't think they're missing out on anything. You know. I'm definitely not one of those people that's like, no, you just haven't had the right one. I'll show you the right one. If people don't want to drink or they don't enjoy it, like, I'm not gonna try to convince them that they're wrong. They know what they like more than I do. One of my roommates back in Florida didn't drink at all, and I swear every single person that, like, hung out with us at one point or another was like, oh, no, you gotta try this thing, you'll like this thing. And he's just like, no, I don't like these. I don't. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. No, it's totally different if, like, the person's like, I haven't liked anything, but I'm willing to try something, and then you go, oh, okay, well, let me, like, understand your taste, and then, you know, maybe I can find something that's more in your wheelhouse that you would enjoy. I'm talking about the ones that, like, people say they don't like to drink, and it's like, no, like, you just haven't drunk with me yet. Yeah, I think that type of thing is totally cool, totally fine. Like, I've definitely done that with people, too, where they're like, I would like have stuff, but I just haven't liked it so far. I'm like, okay, well, what did you not like about it? Yeah, it's like the pushiness of it, that, because, like, at least my experience with it was that people get, like, real weirdly pushy about alcohol, of being like, no, try this. And it's like, no, they just said they didn't want to. Stop it. What's wrong with you? Whereas, like, if it's something where... Yeah, exactly. Whereas if it's something where someone's just like, no, I haven't liked that yet, and it's like, well, okay, well, if you want to, there's a bunch of different flavors, so if you want to try some, just let me know. I'll try to find one good. And then they go, well, yeah, I'll try that. And they go, oh, yeah, that's great. You know, big example of that was one of my friends, again, back and forth, because I don't really drink much anymore, like, at all. I probably have less than 14 drinks a year, which is very, very little, right? um, you know, because it's spread out over like one at dinner here and one at dinner like a month and a half later, and um, we had a friend in Orlando that was like that wanted to do beers, but like could never find anything that he liked. I'm like, what do you get? And he kept like mentioning like various IPAs and stouts and stuff, and I'm like, well, if you don't like those, like I understand. Here, try this thing. And it was just like, I think it was like Blue Moon or just something like really citrusy and light and fruity. And they're like, oh, this is delicious. Like, yeah, if you don't like the big heavy things, get something that's not big and heavy. Hey, you're back. Oh, you don't like roguelikes? Well, let me tell you about Hades. Oh, you don't like platformers? Let me tell you about Celeste. It's not like you don't like platformers. You just don't like poor platformers. You'll love Celeste. Here, play Celeste. Celeste. You know, you climb the mountain and then Celeste. It's a great game. It's like good for any skill level. They have settings that help you like at any level, so you can adjust with assist mode. The story's really good. Oh my god, the music of Celeste is so good. Even if you don't like platforming, you'll enjoy the music. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. You have to kill Celeste for yourself. That last stint I had where I learned the speedrun over the course of a week again because I was doing it for like the incentive, I haven't wanted to play it since then. I've learned that me speedrunning something is the quickest way for me to not want to play it anymore. I'm just incapable of doing the repetition required to like speedrun like a long time. So instead what I do is I speedrun it for like a week and then just get sick of it and never play the game again for months, years. Every once in a while I'll pull one up again, but like kind of off speedrun for now. Yeah. I really enjoy the process of learning a new run and doing my first like dozen attempts where like you're just trying to finish the game and you have a lot of errors and you don't really care. Once you get to that point where you've got a run that's like fine and you didn't make any obvious glaring errors and it just becomes like do everything you've done before but just slightly faster, I don't have the repetition in me to do that. Yeah, and that's the other thing is I have like a giant backlog of games I want to play. And it doesn't help that my backlog right now is full of like long JRPGs and like long visual novels like this, because it means it takes forever. You know, last summer we had a backlog that was like Kirby and the Forgotten Land and Kingdom Hearts 3, which I guess Kingdom Hearts 3 is a little long, but like it's not that long. This year it's, you know, Dragon Quest 11 and Fire Emblem and Persona 3 Octopath 2 and things that are going to be like 80 hours apiece. And who knows how many hours I'm going to put into frickin' Breath of the Wild 2. Or get a PlayStation 5 and I'll put infinite hours into Final Fantasy 16 probably. Speedrun some random JRPG. I actually did try to learn the speedrun for Final Fantasy 10. I was enjoying it, but chat was not. Chat hated it. Chat like actively despised me trying to learn that speedrun. And like once I realized chat wasn't liking it, I no longer wanted to stream it, and that's really all I can do speedrun wise, right? And it's because it's like cutscene simulator, right? I do like 10 minutes of gameplay, then we watch like 15 minutes of cutscenes. Oh yeah, it probably is better now that you can skip cutscenes, because now it's probably just like 3 or 4 hours, right? Because the run I was trying to do was like 11 hours or something. I remember I like streamed it one day trying to do like a walkthrough of the speed run, and I was like an hour and a half in, and I was just like, chat, this feels really boring to me. How about you? And chat was like, yeah, this is boring. So then I just like wrapped it up and was like, nah, we're done with this. Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. Will you let me defend you or not? She has some bourbon or playing Mario. Nice. How's your Mario going? Come on, Lynn, fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know that yet. Been a while since I had some bourbon. There was a place in Orlando that we used to go to somewhat frequently near downtown Disney. That was like an Irish pub. They had delicious fish and chips, first of all. But the real reason we went was they had like cheap flights of whiskey. So you could like try 5 different whiskeys. But it was like a lot in each glass. It wasn't like just a little shot of it or anything. It was like, you know, a good couple fingers in each glass. I know bourbon's not the same thing as whiskey, but like... Present her calmly. We found this in the storeroom. Oh, how was that? How was your Veil Marsala? That stuff was good? Oh, I bet. That sounds like a great time, Blue Braid. Oh, it is a type of whiskey? Oh, okay. Finally cleared another exit. 15 out of 23 done. Nice. Yeah, there's very few things I like as much as having, like, a really nice, fancy meal, Blue Braid. Like, go out to a nice restaurant, eat something tasty, especially if it's got, like, a good view. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? She's trying to act like she did it for the money, but she did it because Iris like was worried that Sholmes was lying to her. And Jean was like, I'm gonna find out for you. She did it to be nice. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. Didn't have room, later everywhere's closed. Aww. Yeah, the last few times I've gone to a restaurant, the last time that I went like out with my family, I finally like learned the trick, because the previous few times, since everything kind of reopened again, I would like get an appetizer or a soup and a salad, and then the meal, and then like by the time the dessert was ready, I was like, oh, I'm too full. So I finally did the smart play and like didn't get an appetizer or like soup this time, and then got like the big piece of chocolate cake and ice cream at PF Chang's, and ooh, it was good. It was good. I love sweets. Dessert's like my jam. My favorite soup is lobster bisque. Lobster bisque is delicious. I'm sure crab bisque is also way up there. I like bisque is what I'm saying. You didn't make that smart decision? Well, yeah, because like it sounds so good before you eat, and you're like, oh, that chowder sounds fantastic. Oh, that salad sounds really good. Oh, I'll get like, 3 of these rolls. Mmm, delicious. We knew why you done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. You wouldn't do anything mean like that, Jenny. I knew it. Gina keeps like trying to act like she's a scoundrel, but really, she's super nice. She has a heart but is ashamed of it? Exactly. It's the cave, you gotta get clam chowder. Oh, that's true. You're exactly right. Yes, can you hear me? Hold on. Okay, cool. Hey, Bamfy! Mario oof dot wave. Sometimes, if I'm honest, I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. Yeah, so this was the flashback part. And then wondered if he might have hidden it, so she went and looked for it. Stop looking at me like that, Iris. Reason for breaking in. How was raid? Are you a clear party? Are you all victorious? Are you the winners? Oh, I'm sorry. I was cheering really hard for you. I'm sorry to hear that. That is unfortunate. But hopefully, Wednesday will be the day. I believe. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You want to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. Oh my god, I love Gina so much. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jenny. it was expected. Your shield healer wasn't there for the almost clear on Wednesday. And is under healing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Just kind of getting bodied by some of the raid wides. Phase 1 reclear was rough. Got to HC 2 once or twice. There are a lot of deaths to just damage. Ah, yeah. I'll keep checking on phase 1. Yeah, that's Now I haven't cleared a door boss fight, so it's not quite the exact same thing. But I do know there were definitely times throughout various fights. It didn't have to be the last one of the tier, but there were definitely times where we got to like, enrage party and like low enrage party. And then it kind of felt like, we'd have a session or two of people kind of just going through the motions. Because, like, oh, it's just the early mechanics. We know how to do these. And, like, we'll just keep having mistakes and mistakes and mistakes. So I imagine it's like that with Door Boss, too. Because, like, you still gotta focus. You still gotta, like, do the mechanics. And, like, be paying attention. I know I had a bad habit of that sometimes. I want to say Rock to Pasta, I had, like, a really bad habit of it. Where, like, when they were both on the field at the same time, like the Garuda and the Freak stuff, I just, like, be in the wrong position because I was just, like, was not paying attention. Or, like, the soccer punt. We never thought any differently, did we? That really sucks, though. I know you were really hoping that it would, get the clear today. But hopefully next time, give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I ate it. You want to be cold and distant, but you have too much of a pure heart. And it annoys you that you have a pure heart and people like you. You're like, no, I want to be grumpy and, like, on my own. And, everyone hates me. Nope, you're great. Sorry, Gina. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. Oh, no. You don't want to be hurt, so you push people away. Okay, so just for what it's worth, Gina and Iris were, like, definitely, we talked about it, in my top 3, and they were very close. I think during this case, Gina has pulled away a little bit. Like, freaking love Gina. I also love Iris, but you know what I mean. Like, she's so good here. So leave me alone. Go on, scarf her. Nah, I'm not gonna leave you behind. I'm not gonna desert you, friend. You've had it rough. Hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there in both sleeves of that overcoat. Oh! 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 I did not notice those. Have they been there the whole time? Damn, I wonder who predicted that happening. I know. If only someone would have been like, hey, streamer, your 2 favorite characters are coming up. It's the first time she's made this motion? Okay, at least I'm not oblivious. What? What are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Look, stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Windabank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. A trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot. This is definitely green. It's green, right? Green? Not green! Huh! Oh, it's the Mason. Oh my God, this is the evidence that, well, no, I guess he did say that he was, like, trying to help him, so that would be why blood got on his coat, but still, oh, McGilda definitely did that shit, didn't he? What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. The bloods react with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha. You don't know if any kind of help would result in that amount of splatter? Yeah, see, so my thought there was, like, my initial reaction was, oh, this is the evidence that shows that McGilda killed this guy. And then my next thought was, and I had this thought, like, before I finished the sentence, which, you know, unfortunately happens a lot for me, and so my sentences get all jumbled around and my brain's all over the place. But, like, the very next thought that happened was, I guess the blood on the coat doesn't prove anything since, like, we've already established that McGilda was there with the blood. But you're right, like, this is not, whatchamacallit, this is not, like, just, oh, the coat had some blood on it because it was, like, pooling around us while we were trying to help this guy. This is, like, actual splatter all over us, isn't it? This is, like, the type of splatter you get from, you know, stabbing someone. Although I'm not very well knowledgeable in splatter. Like, they did say that the guy fell from the roof into the cart. Even though we know that's bullshit. I don't know if this would, like, prove otherwise. I don't know. I'm off topic now. I'm going to continue. It was the brick maker, Mr. Mason. The victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. See, every time I see Oi now, all I can think of is Roy Kent from Ted Lasso. So in my head, every time Gina screams Oi, which is actually somewhat frequently, I say Roy Kent. He's here, he's there, he's every fucking where, Roy Kent. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. I really like that show. It's got a lot of heart to it, and then it'll randomly just, like, frickin' gut punch you. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Did he really? That's great. And I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Wow. Wow, this game really did it. They really said, nah, you're gonna defend someone, get them acquitted, and then find out that person did it. Oh my god. I know that, like, it's been insinuated and we've kind of assumed that I know that, like, we kind of assumed, hey, wait a second, he might have done this. But no, this game really went there. Which is kind of something I did not expect. Like, not at least at, like, this level of it, right? Oh my god. Has anyone in here seen the movie Primal Fear? Never heard of it? It is a very old movie. I want to say it's from like the mid-90s. With Edward Norton. And oh gosh, who's the prosecutor? Who was the defense attorney in it? Another like very famous actor. And it is a trip. It's about like I want to make sure I get this correct. It's about the trial of this guy accused of murder, I want to say it was. But he has like a split personality. And so the defense attorney, you know, part of it is the concept of like defending this guy who has a split personality, that like they're pretty sure he did it, but like not the guy that they're talking to. It's really, really weird. It's really, really good. I'll have to see if I can find it on like Netflix or something. And I got him off with what we know now to be like false evidence to boot. Yeah, so we know it's false evidence. We know all of this stuff was nonsense. False testimony. You know, because Gene has already admitted to, like, false testimony. And this whole time, we're like, no. This is fine. He kind of sucks, but it's fine. But no. It was not fine. And the whole time, Van Zieks comes out of retirement to put this predatory lone scumbag behind bars because he's finally got him dead to rights. And then here comes us, just being a complete shithead. Ruin everything. Arrive in London the very next day. Upend, like, his entire case. Refuse to elaborate, leave. And Van Zieks is just like, this hallowed chalice is about to get destroyed. Now I know why he's got that wine with him. It was a celebratory wine for finally putting away that, like, massive scumbag McGill did. And we ruined it. Gosh, this game's so good. You're absolutely right, Blue Braid. Yeah, this game's so... I'm trying to think... Because the one in Ace Attorney 2 is not quite like this, right? But it was still like a super cool reveal. Oh, I know I mentioned the Discord Banffy, but I loved your reaction image. I almost want to like replace a bunch of my free emotes with like Ace Attorney emotes. Like I want to get one of like, you know, I like the one that you posted. I'd like to get one of like Sholmes' little finger point. Like, yeah. I want to get one of like Van Zieks. There's a pretty funny exchange in 2-3 regarding the chalices. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I've tried to run from the truth long enough. So, like, Ryunosuke, how are you going to handle this? How are you going to handle this, buddy? You just learned for a fact that you got someone acquitted of murder who blatantly murdered someone. Is this gonna break you? Or do we have the resolve to, like, continue? There's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last. And I... Does anyone know? Does anyone know, like, just assume this is like a real thing. Would we be able to take this coat, give it to Van Zeeks, and, like, have them reopen the case? Because it's open and shut now. Even though, like, the guy's dead, just to, like, get it on record that, like, he was a murderer and to give, like, closure to the other person's, like, next of kin and stuff. This is not allowable as evidence. Incredible. Oh, I guess, like, it's passed through so many hands at this point that, like, it could never be, like, guaranteed or something. Yeah. Gosh! So that guy is, like, he got away with it. I mean, he got burned. But, like, you know what I mean. It's an unverified forensic technique. Oh, yeah, that's true, that's true. I'm off in, like, the world of, you know, just taking it at face value, but, like, you're right. Like, you can't present Iris's, you know, invention as, like, the end-all be-all. Good word choice and resolve. Eyes emoji. I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Do you know why you let it happen, Ryunosuke? Because you were so focused on defending the client that you didn't look to seek the truth. Actually, it's because there's a lot of fake evidence presented and it added up to be reasonable, and there was also fake testimony. And, like, it happens, buddy. But, like, it still doesn't feel good. It still doesn't feel good. I wouldn't blame yourself. You did the best you could. Let that be the lesson to you, chat. If you have enough money, you can get away with anything. Gosh, this game's so good! Oh my god. Like, I haven't, like, pressed a button in a few minutes because, like, my mind is racing. Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Yeah, get more money! Got it. One of my favorite, like, goofy lines... one of my favorite goofy lines in, like, a weird, like, a random movie. There's this movie called Kingpin. It's just about bowling. It's got, like, Woody Harrelson and, like, Bill Murray. And, is it Randy Quaid? Anyways, they're doing, like, a bowling tournament for, like, $1 million. And the guy that wins, like, immediately runs over to the camera. He's like, finally, I have enough money to be above the law. And, like, that always stuck with me. Like, I can do anything. Even though I was a bad lawyer and tried to get your client guilty. Yeah! Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Yes, I mean Kazuma. Gosh! This game's so good that, like, I forgot how good Kazuma was. I was obsessed with this guy for, like, a chapter and a half. Okay, seeing the ribbons, you know, sway in the breeze, I am obsessed again. But, like, we lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what the truth and what is a lie. which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Fake Cosmo stand? Oh no! Oh no, I'm not a fake Cosmo stand. I was just saying that like everyone in this game's so good. I love you, Cosmo. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. Why did I stop being obsessed then? Because he died, and then they introduced other characters that I became obsessed with. This game robbed me of seeing an interaction between Kazuma and Von Zieks, and I'm very unhappy about it. Is it Von Zieks or Van Zieks? I can't remember. I think it's Van Zieks. I think it's Von Karma and then Van Zieks. I think that's why I keep mixing it up. What's funny, Gina? Of course, sounds like in this Empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it got you into. Believe in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now. Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. No! No, Gina! This is the wrong lesson! This is the wrong lesson! Look, here's the lesson. Hear me out, chat. Are you ready? Here's the lesson to learn from this, Gina. It's that if you open your heart and believe in people, things always work out in the end. For instance, McGilded got burned alive. Because he was a murderer. I don't know if that's actually the lesson. But it sounded funny when it crossed my mind. True. I'm glad chat's on board with this one. Because I said it, then I was like, I don't know about this one. What? I just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what you want and all now. Mr. I'm a Believer lawyer over there. Oh, she's doing the thing where she's like, oh, you want to reject me now anyway, so I'm going to reject you first. Nah, I don't want to reject you, Gina. I want to represent you. You can push me away all you want. But I'm still gonna believe in you. You can't let one minor setback, like believing in the wrong person, you know, completely change your outlook on things. Nah. That was that mistake was a reflection on McGilded and not on me. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Hi, Coronas. This game's good. Things are popping off. I'm like sad but happy and kind of messed up in the head at the moment. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Listen to this music! It's so good! Like, get hyped! Seriously, Mr. Narrow Auto? Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just tripped off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Sometimes you just gotta believe in people, Gina. Because I don't think you did this. And I'm seeking the truth. Been playing P5R? Nice! How far are you? I love P5R. I was watching Mina play P5. It was either last night or this morning. I don't remember which. I've been doing good. We've been playing some Ace Attorney. We started a little early today. Been kind of like getting a big chunk of it done. This game's fantastic. It's very possible this is like my favorite visual novel, like mystery series game thing. We'll see. Don't 10 out of 10 me, please. I said we'll see. I haven't said it yet. But like, I really like what's been happening in this. Like, no, I said don't 10 out of 10 me. I really, really like this one. I love how the stories are intertwined, and I love that they were like willing to do the things they were doing. Oh, 10 out of 10 plus smirk is pretty good. Oh, chat, no! You got the second palace? Nice! Yeah, the second palace is pretty good. And I love the music. I know, I did ask for it. I did. What happened was, I said, I love this game. It might be my favorite one. And as soon as the words left my mouth, I thought, someone's gonna 10 out of 10 me for saying this. Let me try to stop it. But all I did was make it worse. I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. How are you liking P5R so far? Like, you liking the cast? But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? You immediately went recent? Mm-hmm. The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Just because you get burned by trusting someone incorrectly does not mean that you shut off your trust to everyone. Getting burned happens. Gina, it happens. But the rewards you get for trusting the correct people vastly outweigh the burning you get from trusting the wrong ones. Open your heart, Gina! Believe in people! If this game ends with her, like, believing in someone, I'm just gonna lose my mind. If we get, like, the character development that I'm hoping for, I'm gonna, like, openly weep and sob and talk about this being the greatest game of all time. Love the game mechanics. You can see the inspiration it has from other story games. Nice! Yeah, it's... I love everything about Persona 5. Persona 5 is in one of my top 10 favorite games of all time. I don't want to, like, narrow it down more, because then it gets, like, really tricky. But, like, I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Like, there's nothing about that game that I dislike. Proves on the lore and gaming mechanics. Yeah, so as I'm playing P3, you know, you really can notice the things that, like, P3 did, and they kind of, like, realized that this isn't the best way to do this, let's improve it. And they improved it in 4, then did it again in 5, and I think 5 is just wonderful quality of life improvement. There was nothing that happened to me in 5 that I played and I was like, wow, this is really tedious and I hate the way this works. It feels like they've kind of, like, perfected it. I do wonder what they'll end up doing for 6 whenever that happens, because, like, they've got a high bar to cross. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this, whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Oh, is she wiping tears away? This is the best scene in the game so far. It is decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now, after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Trina's taking herself off the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Yeah, this is like wide peepo happy, wide peepo blanket. Like, this is super cozy. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. What? Try to believe that 6 is going to be better, but it'll probably happen. You trust Atlas? Yeah, I have no reason to distrust Atlas. Like, I'm sure they know that their bar is high and they're going to get there. Really liking it so far? I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, I love that game. And I love, like, watching people play it for the first time, because there's so many good twists and turns. So much fantastic music. Miss Sasato, somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Someone who wasn't there before. Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Gregson! What you doing, buddy? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy? Oh, dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da! Toodaloo! Cheerio! No, I've not heard any rumors about P3 Remake. Finally, this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with Sharpish? Lord Strongheart. Well, emergency? Lord Strongheart? Yeah, we have this whole, like... we have this whole background situation going on that I keep forgetting about. But there's some sort of emergency that everyone's, like, freaking out about in the police force and, like, Strongheart. And we still don't know what Kazuma's, like, thing he had to do here was. Yeah, you can post a link. By all means, go for it. Sasato went to file unnecessary papers. Hold on. Let me turn this off instead of reading this, and then check this out. Persona 3 remake? Oh my gosh. Oh, incredible. Huh. Yeah, that's really weird. Yeah, that's like... That looks really good. Like, the. Hey, Quinn. Oh, I wouldn't be... I'm not mad about it. I'm just confused by it, right? Like, I probably wouldn't get the remake at this point because I got, like, this one. Although, wow, that footage looks really good. Yakari. I'm just, like... If it's only a few months away, I guess I'm just surprised that they put the old one on Steam at all, right? Oh, it's just from 2021. So it's been a little bit since like that happened. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I want to say like I'm a little confused by the timing, but like I don't know. Trying to triple dip on the same game. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Blue Braid. Same company that releases a game and then re-releases it with DLC essentially a couple years later. They always make bank on both. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I mean, I can't imagine I would play it anytime soon since I'm playing P3 normal like right now. Um, and usually I need some time off between Persona games. But if they do come out with a remake, like I hope it's great and I hope people love it. Sega's likely equally to blame. Oh, I didn't realize that. Parent company and all. Yeah. Kind of like how there was P5 and P5R. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably buy like at least with like P5R. Wasn't it like a couple years later? Also, possibly that this remaster will include like FES content. Release a gauge reception. Well, reception has been high. I've really liked P3 so far. Yeah, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. I think so. What I will say, the biggest thing for me would be if they do release P3 remake in a couple months, like if they announce it like soon and then like it's out in like 2 months, I'll be a little annoyed I got like the normal version because like I'm sure the remake will be like the video looked great, right? Um, although I'm sure the remake will probably cost more than the portable version did, huh? Everyone knew it was coming, but not a lot of people waited. Yeah, like when 6 comes out, I'll get 6, and then probably get like the special version of 6 later also. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. You don't think they would leave bits out? One final task? Oh, what's your final task? Two months. I was lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Sasato. It's just so sudden. Aww. Will certainly be full price. Yeah, P3P was like a very good value. Unimportant. Aww. Sasato! I can't believe Sasato's leaving me. Please don't. Please stay. Who's gonna help me tomorrow? I need my judicial assistant. Also, I just want to hang out with you. Absolutely not. I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. One final task. Oh, you think they just put 3 on there because, like, it would look weird if they didn't? Because they did put 5 and 4 on, right? I wanted to have this. It's my note from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It was my pleasure. Aww. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Sasato! Thank you so much for everything. I'm going to miss your animations of flipping through your book and finding the answer for me. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. You really are. 10 out of 10. Good night, Sasato. No! One final throw, just for good times. I won't be able to hold back my tears. I was exhausted. And yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. Yeah, I'm very happy that they put like Persona 3 on Steam, like so I had access to it easily. Also, yes, it's free money. Sholmes buddy! I should put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. What the hell is going on? Oh, okay. Alright, okay. So, that's nice that you said your goodbye to Sholmes. But it feels like everyone except me is, like, doing something else. And I don't know what the hell they're all talking about. They've got some other, like, schemes going, and I'm not part of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to music, and then I'm going to stop and take a quick little break, stretch my legs a little bit, grab a water, and we'll start the trial. An even longer day than the last. One that I will remember for the rest of my days. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. Okay, here's some music. I want to thank you all for hanging out. Give me a couple minutes. I might even grab me a quick bite to eat. And then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me catch up on chat real quick. I guess I can get you on the right screen too. No official announcement. Yeah, that's true. Like, we don't know exactly how long it'll be. Like, if the game comes out in like 2024 or something, or even late this year, like if it comes out like you know, in November, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I guess that's true too, 'cause since it's like it's not officially announced, so like we don't know exactly what they're doing. The first trailer for SMT5 was almost like a full 10 years or something. Oh, geez. The original P5 trailer had winter 2013 for the release date? Oh, I had no idea. Hey, 104, yeah, happy Bun Day to you. Yo, let's go, Quinn. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. About time. Yeah, I mean, that's up to y'all. I mean, I know what happened, so I'm fine if y'all want to chat about it in here. I'm fine if you want to do it like in DMs, whichever one y'all prefer. I'm just very happy to see that the new VA is getting in. I know they said that it was coming. I know it's like a lot of lines they have to like redo and stuff. Yeah, it's very not good. Right, new water. Let's trial rock and rolling. I still have no idea what the hell's going on, like outside of this case. There's been like this background story that's been going on that I keep forgetting about. But like, Susato and Sholmes had something up their sleeve. Gregson and them's working on something in the background. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry, you know. Her in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not so Mr. Sato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gino. You only get one chance. The chance is all we have. Good morning, you two. Iris and Cat! How are you feeling, Jenny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. Oh, bye, Cat. Oh, I can't wait to be able to tell Van Zieks that. How does he say it? If the presence of my cat running around the courtroom offends you, I do apologize. However, well, let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say? The bad news out of the way first. Chat, always take the bad news first. Because you're never going to enjoy the good news if you're worried still about what the bad news is going to be. Now, always take the good news first? You might not live to hear the bad. Gina, do you think you're just gonna like drop dead in like mid-sentence? You hear the good news and then like... Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Oh, does it? Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make it up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? Iris, this was the equivalent of someone like sending you a message saying, we need to talk. And you go, oh God, what's going on? And then their message is something like completely, you know, unfrightening or anything. And it's just like some tiny thing. And you're like, you stressed me out by saying that. Do you want the good news or the bad news? Oh God, what's happening? I guess the bad news? The bad news is it's raining. Oh, okay. The good news is it's gonna stop raining later. Alright, cool, I guess. Thanks for, like, making me concerned for a good 30 seconds. If only all good news canceled out the bad. We need to talk. Okay. The store didn't have wheat bread, so I had to buy white bread. Oh, okay, that's fine. Like, I guess. Thanks for scaring me. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Aww. Don't worry, Runo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? No. The thing tomorrow will have no mention of it because, like, they already got their scary story out. And they don't need to retract anything. If it is retracted, it will be in, like, fine print on page 20. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in me. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Oh, why do we have the paper? Good luck then, Runo. Oh, let's... Victim found deceased on last scheduled omnibus. Stab wound. Mason Milverton. Brickmaker. You know now? Yeah. Not the best. So it's very nice that we're getting the replacement. Very similar to a Rooster Teeth situation from like 2 years ago. Oh, no worries, 104. I figured it was hair. Oh, I think I vaguely recall you talking to me about this. Because Rooster Teeth's the people that did, are they the ones that did Ruby? Or am I mixing two things up? Yes, okay. Yeah, I remember you, I vaguely recall you telling me about that then. Something like that if possible. I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger how? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Is it though? What's this? Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas? Oh, what the hell is going on? See communications from Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? One of the Achievement Hunter main talents. Oh! Oh! I actually remember Achievement Hunter stuff. Ugh. Don't worry about that. It's back newspaper, clearly irrelevant. No, I don't think so much. I think something's going on. I just don't know what it is. When has the other side of the newspaper been relevant in this game? It was on the boat. Right? Ignoring the 2 times has been the case already? Yeah, but that just means, look. If it's already happened twice, what's the odds of it happening the 3rd time, right? Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. It could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post. How is that going to be relevant to this case? Oh no, okay. I'm so concerned. I can't wait for this game to end on a cliffhanger where, like, I find out what the hell is going on with that, only to learn, like, that's what the entire second game is. Oh, is Iris gonna be my helper? Let's go. I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? I still need to play the Sonic is Dead funny game. Too many games to play. How long was it, by the way? Is it like a 1-stream thing? Or Hurley still hasn't come around yet. I asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard. He sent a telegram as soon as he wakes up. No Susato, no Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Easy to do 1 stream? Maybe Goofy Sonic game is a good Ace Attorney game break. Even though it's kind of like the same thing. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. 3? Oh, okay. So it's not super long then. Gotcha. If I learned anything from my great friend... This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Van Zieks! My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. And 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. What's up with that? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. Oh my god, I love this man. Oh. What's number 2? What's the second one? But like, I'm on your side with this one. He means Mr. McGilded. Yes, I managed to work that one out. Thank you. I also like how short she is. You know, because normally she just, like, fills up the screen normally, like, because you're talking to her, so she's just, like, the silhouette. But they put her, like, next to the table, and I forgot how short she was. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. Oh, I know she's 10 and she's like a child, and that's why she's short. I'm just saying, the visual, like, right next to the table made me laugh. She's still short in general gameplay. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Like when talking to her. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Wow! What the hell, man? Dude! The fuck? It's like that joke from the from that Austin Powers movie where it's like, I only hate 2 types of people, those who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, no! Damn it! The first one was so good, though! I was so on board with the first one. And now I'm over here like, am I the baddie? Am I the one that's wrong? Damn it! What? Did he really just say that? You read a joke that the only way you can turn against him now is if number 2 is something racist, and then that's what he does? He means you now. Thank you, Iris. Yes, I am aware that the racist insult is being hurled at me. Yes, I am aware. Thank you. I have managed to deduce that with my great deduction powers. Van Zieks is a good character, but he's also kind of a huge ass for a lot of game. Yeah, he is. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Is that directed solely at me? Or is he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeek's. The judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey. Feared by all London's, malefactors. Today I learned there was a word that was the opposite of benefactor. Or at least I assume it's the opposite of benefactor. Your lordship is too kind. Context clues tell me I'm correct, but... Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random. Oh, it's Crescent Moon dude! And it's the guy from the ship! No, that's not the guy from the ship! That's the guy from the paper from the ship! Whoa, wait! That's the assassin dude, isn't it? Am I going crazy? From the newspaper. Do I remember the 2 astro spells, Benefic and Malefic? Oh, I sure do! That makes sense. Go for the eyes, boo! Oh my gosh. Surgeon, what have you done? What have you left in someone? Male comes from Roman for bad evil, just like Benny comes from good. So now you know why she's named Maleficent? Oh my god, I sure do! Mind blown. It's a learning stream, chat. Oh, Malefactor? Gotcha. Cool. I would like to direct the court's attention to this paper I had like a couple months ago. Is something wrong? Not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time. It's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. There's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents its photographic print of the crime scene. Oh, do you take Latin? I took Spanish. I don't remember much Spanish. What a coincidence, you don't remember much Latin? Yeah, it's almost like the way that they teach you in the classes aren't super helpful to like actually maintain and like speak. Took a little Latin for fun. Took French, don't remember much about that either. Is making evil? Oh, interesting. Standing on a table. As cool observe, there's a single bullet wound. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. What's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence. You didn't take any language classes before? At least my experience was that they were not super helpful in actually learning any languages. I think it would have been more helpful if they, like, taught me how to, like, actually converse and stuff, but it was more just like, this is the word for so-and-so, this is the word for so-and-so, this is the word for so-and-so. Do you remember these? And I'm like, at the time, yes, because I read them on note cards, like, you know, 25 times before the test. And then that was it. Then, like, we got new words to learn what they actually meant. They did a little bit of trying to, like, string sentences together, but not very much, and it was all, like, you know, more like, articles and stuff. Yeah, that's what I said. My experience was that it wasn't very helpful for me. I would love to actually learn another language. It just wasn't super helpful. I will say that if you wish that you took a language class, you're still allowed to take language classes. In fact, I believe there are multiple places online that do, do lessons. And you can do either just, like, your normal, like, Duolingo stuff, or there are actual, like, free to watch college courses and stuff if you want to do, like, something more that speed. You're required to have lunch at a Chinese language table once or twice a week. We couldn't see, that would have been helpful. That would have been helpful if it was just like, hey, we're going to spend times where, like, that's literally all we talking. Like, because the best way to learn a language is being immersed into it, right? Or at least that's what I've always heard. Okay, let's check this autopsy report. The crime scene photo. Okay, here's a question for you. I have a question for you, chat. Shot in the back at an upward angle. I would assume that that they know that for sure, and it could not be shot in the front at a downward angle, right? Like, they're not entirely interchangeable. Just to make sure that, like, I can rule that out. If they say someone was shot in the back at an upward angle, there's, like, ways to tell that, right? It would be incredibly hard to mistake that. Perfect. All right. Depends if the bullet went through. Holes look different depending on if it goes in or out. Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. So this is locked in. At least they were nice about it, Penguin. Like, that's cool. Because as long as they see people making an effort, I'm sure it's like pretty neat. Okay, what do we got over here? Oh. Alright, I don't see anything weird here. 1:30 a.m. Gently rise diagonal trajectory. Okay. This is the layout. Well, we know there's two bullets that were fired because there's a bullet in the calendar out front. So there's definitely two different guns.
Objection.
Uh-oh, the chalice is being filled. You know, this loses a lot of its luster when, like, you said such shitty things to me, Van Zeeks. Prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. There should be cameras, too, shouldn't there? Didn't Sholmes put cameras in there? G-Witch Season 2 ending kind of fruity. Really excited to see how close they're going to toe the line of actual rep without ever showing anything. Wait, there was a second season? Oh my gosh, I need to watch this. I loved the first season. The first season was so good. I didn't know there was a second season or I would have, you know, been suggesting that. Was coming in April? Oh, so it just came out then. Oh, that's awesome. Premiered today? Hell yeah. Is it like one episode at a time, or is it, did they like drop the whole season? Demon Slayer also? It's weekly? It's on regular TV. Well, let me get my pleading face. 1 second. Oh, I can't do it on here. Ah, okay. Imagine I have the pleading face emoji towards you. Bampy. Can we watch season 2 at some point? Please. It is an anime. It's really good. I really like it. After testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. You can imagine pleading face. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here's establishing the truth. Nah, I heard that show's bad. You don't want to watch it. No. Please. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please. At once, my lord. This isn't good. Okay. The key to this case is going to be this line right here. A single discharge. We're going to, I assume, show that the bullet in the calendar is the bullet from this gun, which was probably Windabank shooting at the intruders. But for real, you were just going to say, let's watch the latest episode as part of anime. I love it. Let's do that. We can start with that and then switch to whatever else. I think that's a great idea. I gotta catch up on the Demon Slayer, Quinn. I didn't watch past Mugen Train yet. I thought that they put it on Netflix, but then when I clicked it, it was just Mugen Train. So I like misread it. I am very much on board with that, Bamfy. Like the biggest eyes emoji I can possibly give you. Speaking of anime, your fave series. Cardcaptor Sakura is finally continuing after like 6 years. Let's go! Oh, you're getting a bunch of things coming back, aren't you? Because I think there, you got like the Tokyo Mew Mew thing that came back out last year, right? That you were like super hyped about. You love to see it. You love to see like the things coming off of long hiatus. Definitely Cardcaptor. I'll add it to the analyst. Hold on one second. It turns out I like anime. Now I just go, yeah. If people tell me to watch it, I'll check it out. Cardcaptor Sakura. Oh, this is an old one. Looks like it's from 1998. So we'll add this to the list as planning. Boom. Thank you. Sure, if there's Nana for you. Hell yeah. You're 2000% okay with that? Yeah, that sounds fun. Like I said, I'm all about like checking out these new shows now. Like, I dipped my toe in. I was like, actually, this is pretty good. And then I like dipped my toe in further. I'm like, yeah, I'm in. Now I'm just like, you know, fully in. Mr. Windabank always used to keep his gun on hand on the counter. Only ever with a single bullet. To keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? So what is Cardcaptor? Tell me, chat. Tell me. Because it sounds like Bamfy's seen it too. The original is 70 apps from a few years back. They were like surprised. It's returning with a new series. Takes place a couple years later. They released the first season a while back. But you got impatient, so you just read the manga. They just on April 1st announced they're gonna... Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to mention. I didn't mention it at the time because I forgot. I am like the biggest fan of places announcing real things on April 1st. Where everyone's like, oh yeah, that's funny. And then like the next day, like, no, I'm serious. Like, that's happening. Yes, Love Live is on the list as well. Cardcaptor was one of the shows that made the rounds on After School Toonami. Oh, neat. Okay. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of when like things actually release stuff on April 1st. Alright, I believe the key to this case is going to be the bullet in the calendar. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windabank. Basically, this girl in elementary school finds this old book that has cards in it. She opens it and they all go flying out. She's like, what just happened? Gets tasked with recollecting them all and sealing the beasts associated with them. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm on board. You had me at cards. Take names and occupations. Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Ringo. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. We're what they call the three Skulkin Provers. It's Mario and Green Mario. It's Magical Girl. I also like Magical Girl stuff. Very wholesome, a lot of fun. Okay, yeah, I am sold. This sounds wonderful. Mario and Green Mario. Oh, I saw a thing. Because we talked about it the other day as like a joke, but it's a real thing now. There are actually people that are like mad at the Mario movie because Peach was too cool and badass for them. And I laughed heartily at their like anger and tears. Speaking of Mario, you love these two bozos so much. Look at them. Look at them. Look, they even have like matching outfits and like a little shimmy dance that they do when they're announcing. Probably the best animations. Also, they said 3. Wait, Gregson? They're waiting. You gotta do the dance. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Court blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is Nash. He is. The very spit of him. So we decided, there and then what we gotta do. We was gonna call ya Big Bruv Sulky. Chat, how many of you have actually like bit into a pear? I don't think I've ever bitten into a pear. I've had pear, but like, you know, I cut it up. Never crossed my mind to bite into the pear at least once. Alright. I guess I'm the weird one here then. I never like cut up pieces of pear. Pear's not my favorite or anything, so I don't have it super frequently, but... Oh, I'm dead serious, yeah. You have, but you never buy pears? That's how you eat them? Really? I always thought it was like kiwi, where you like, you know, cut it up first. It's basically a weird apple. Gotcha. In fairness, 99.999% of your pear eating has been peeled and sliced. Yeah, because I always like peel it and then like slice it. Yeah. You can just eat them like that? Well, today I learned. One day, I'm going to say something like that finally gets chat to be like, all right, I'm done with you, streamer. Because I feel like every other stream I say something and chat's like, wait, really? But it's usually like these like innocent little things like, oh, I've never bitten into a pear. But at some point, I'm going to say something like food-wise that makes chat just like, you know, be done with me. We don't know Nash's deal, but Ringo is a Japanese word for apple. Oh, that's funny. Penguin's like, I'm out. Anime and no pears, please. You only eat them in fruit cups. Yeah. Usually when I have a pear, it's either in like a fruit cup, a fruit salad, Or I've had like pears in desserts before. Often as like part of, you know, a variety cobbler. They're very much Mario and Luigi thing. Mm-hmm. Sulky Skulkin, and that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Buy pears, apples, and bananas. So you snacked on them a lot. Yeah, so ours was always apples, bananas, various citrus like oranges, tangelos, tangerines, stuff like that. Watermelon, pineapple, not all at once, of course. Like we would like cycle through these. Strawberries, cantaloupe would be like the main fruits we would buy. But we didn't really buy pears. It wasn't until like a handful of years ago that I had a mango, like an actual mango. Oh my god, mangoes are delicious, by the way. Like that one took me forever to get to. Incredible. Like I'd had it in other stuff, but like, you know, and mango flavored things, but like an actual just factual mango. Oh, and grapes. We got grapes a lot too. I like to buy like a whole bag of grapes and then take half of them and put them in a little like container and put the container in the freezer because like grapes freeze wonderfully and they get like a little tiny. They taste like they're like slushies almost, and I'll just like snack on like frozen grapes. So good. Actually, I've had a mango before. Very juicy, very delicious. Yeah, they're super messy. At your grocery store, you have these things called Asian pears. They have like a very light yellow skin and are very crunchy on the inside. You eat those often. Oh, I don't think I've had one of those. Chat, when you have an apple, are you a Red Delicious or a Granny Smith person? Green or dime? Neither. Oh, are you a yellow apple person or just like a no apple person? Because they're called like honey suppling apples? Honey Crisp? Honey Crisp might not be correct. It's honey suppling, like the yellow. Red Delicious is for horses. Fuji for you. Pink Lady is prime. I don't know. Hold on. Whoa, we're getting into like more apples than I'm aware of here. Types of apples. Let me see this. Red Delicious, Gala, Honey Crisp. Oh, Honey Crisp is not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Golden Delicious, the yellow ones. Fuji. The Pink Lady. Oh. Pink Lady is prime. I'm not so sure I've had one of those. Gala's a good. There are so many types. Yeah, I'm looking at a chart. Okay. I guess, you know, I'm going to run someone off with one of these dumb statements at some point. Did not know there were this many variety of red apples specifically. When you do get red apples, like Macintosh, Fuji, and Honeycrisp, like, oh my gosh, this is, you know, in my head it was red, yellow, or green. Okay, so it looks like, oh my god, it looks like Fuji apples are like way sweeter than Red Delicious, and Pink Ladies are closer to Granny Smith. Interesting. Speedrunning loss of audience going for the world record. Gosh, I know. Sometimes I say things to chat and then like I just know that what little respect some of you had for me is just like gone, and now you're just here for like what nonsense will be said next. It's like rage baiting but for stupidity instead on my end. Instead of me saying something to like get people mad, I just like say things to get people to like be disappointed in me. Let me see this content. Oh my gosh! What do you do with your apple? What do you... I cook it. Bottom left of the chart. Feed it to a horse for Red Delicious. Incredible. When E showed you around Cornell, you went out of your way to find this apple vending machine in the library. $1 for whatever kind of apple you want? Oh my gosh. Thanks for making you hungry? No worries. Can't lose what you don't have? Oof! You know what? I walked into that one. True? Oh no! Chat just like getting me today. You don't care what the kind of apple is? Just give me some peanut butter with it? Okay, yes. Apples and peanut butter. Delicious. Love apples and peanut butter. Also, hi Tyrion. The most poorly named apple? Which one? Oh. Red Delicious in reference to the bottom left of the chart. Yeah. Super late response? Oh, no worries. Had on TV while you played Pokemon Infinite Fusion nonsense? Yeah. So, okay. So, Pokemon Infinite Fusion is something I saw people playing a few months ago, and then it got mentioned again to me somewhat recently. If I didn't have such a backlog of long-ass games to play that I, like, was really into, like, you know, this, Persona 3, Fire Emblem, things like that, I would definitely give it a shot. It looks really cool. It looks really fun, and it seems like everyone has a good time with it. And maybe I should. Maybe, you know, maybe that is something I should do. Maybe, like, I'm looking for a game that's not quite as long as Fire Emblem to do a break here between these two. You know, maybe Pokemon Fusion's the way to do. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. My problem is I've got these, like, really long games. I've been streaming less and less. I've been streaming, like, 4 days a week lately. So I don't want to do, like, too many different things. You had a new emote for the 14 Discord at Infinite Fusion today? Oh, what was it, if you don't mind me asking? You've watched a ton of it? Is that something chat would be interested in? Like, I mean, it's a Pokemon game, so it probably shouldn't take too long. Just a few streams. Probably could knock it out in like a week or two. Been a good time. Just got through a few backlog games. Hollow Knight, Axiom Verge, Star Wars. Been nice to break. How'd you like Hollow Knight and Star Wars? Assuming it's Fallen Order. Because I played those two. I liked both of them. From the Sad Creature. Oh my gosh, it's so sad. Oh my gosh. Oh, poor buddy. You don't think it'll be as quick as I'm thinking? Okay. Probably, game's actually kind of long. So, probably something we can play at some point. Probably something we can play at some point. It's not going anywhere. Do feel bad for missing, the boat on it, since, you know, people, like, it seems to be super popular and people are into it right now. You've been sad as you're sad looking at it? I'm sad looking at it because look at how sad it looks. It's looking down at its feet going like, oh no, what have you done to me? This poor buddy. Hollow Knight's probably one of your favorite games you played. You adored it. Fallen Order was fun. Grabbed other people more than you, but it felt good to play a Star Wars game. Mm-hmm. No, that does make sense. That's kind of how I felt about it. It felt very like, oh, look at me doing the cool Star Wars stuff. I like Fallen Order. I like Hollow Knight a lot too. How much have you played it, Bamfy? And I know Blueberry, you said you've watched more of it than you've played, but yeah, Jedi Survivor's coming soon too. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves are they, these three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. Oh, you haven't touched it, just watch other people playing it? Gotcha. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh, look at the little crate. I like the crate. Wardar! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to! Because the Skulkin's never skulkin'. Aww. I need to get a motto like that. The look towards Gregson every time fucking slays me. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why it gets me. But it does. DJ had an incredible Flygon Sizor named Guys for Hands. But it died today? Aww. That is unfortunate. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see? Yeah, it seems like everyone I've seen play it, like, really has a lot of fun with it, and it sounds like you've got the same experience. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, cord blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. Ooh, we took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Guys for hands, let me see this. Oh my gosh! It's beautiful! Incredible. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. Oh my god. That game probably can produce some good nightmare fuel. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. There's also this guy you saw today. Okay, that guy's incredible. Please tell me it's called Hitmontrio, by the way. Because that's Hitmontop, right? It is? Oh, perfect. Okay, game good. Hitmontrop. So the defense may cross-examine the witness. Counsel, if you please. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make an executive decision. feel free to send me any and all funny-looking Pokemon from Infinite Fusion. Thank you in advance. I appreciate it. Because, like, these are great. I love them. Console? Yeah. What's the matter, Runo? I was stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Game basically splits every Pokemon name into 2 halves and names a fusion using those. The reverse would be Dugtop. Okay, Dugtop is also pretty good. Alright. Dugtop is also pretty good, but I think I still like Hitmontrio. But it's actually kind of close. So was DJ's Flyzor or Saigon? And I don't know which one I like more of that one either. Flyzor.
Hold it!
The front door of Windobanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? That place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky? Me old mucker? Leave me alone. You're just starting, so you don't have any nifty ones yet. The only real one you have is Manran, which looks like a cursed Rudolph with uncomfortably large hands. In addition, you can combine Pokemon with themselves, too. Gregson's such a funny duddy. Yeah, come on, play along, Gregson. Come on, buddy. By the way, I love the phrase funny duddy. It's one of those phrases that I just, like, really like for whatever reason. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. Pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. That's what happened. Yo, have a great night, Blue Braid. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I loved your picture in the Discord. It was very nice. I'm glad you had a wonderful dinner. And have a good rest of the trip. It's like some kind of sign. Begging for us to go in, it was. We're trying to suggest that you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash. They do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whims of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim. I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash. It weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night. Now, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke who looks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside, Corporalami Lumsy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. Gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? Firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windobank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windobank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? My learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. There's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there's only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? A normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash? Yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Somebody just proved that I was a coward that night? Thank you, counsels. I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed. We have done nothing. We never took nothing.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out. So no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just laughed nice and quietly? That's right, nothing we ate more than violence. Peace, love, and nibblers we are. Not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Yeah, come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Oh, I don't think that second bullet is going to be as relevant as I thought it was. We're getting to that really early. Because I thought it would be the guy fired his gun at intruders, missed, and like that was his one bullet, and then like the rest of it was a frame job. But now it feels like we're in for like a wild ride. That's okay, you can't get them all, Bamfy. You can't get them all. Like, we did really good on the last one. On the last one, we kind of like figured out what was going on somewhat quickly. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm. Remnants of powder around the muzzle. Court will hold this weapon as evidence. Okay. Yeah, exactly. And like, I'm not against that. I'm very happy with that. Like, I would much rather have me be way off and then, you know, go on a wild adventure. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Oh, yeah. Outside of his recent comments, like... This dude is lovely. Because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Window Banks that night? The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. Oh, you read that correctly. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm?
Take that!
What do you got there? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Anyway, we analyzed all the... This is not what I was trying to do. This is not what I intended. I wanted the picture that shows the bullet. Oh. Oh, no, I'm correct.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Window Banks pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. You know, when you think that, like, the key to the case is going to be suppling, and it's literally the first thing that you do... Oh, we're in it. We're going to be in it. Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there? Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windowbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. He is so extra. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun to the pawnbrokers that night. Wait, really? Aww. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Say goodbye to the hallowed chalice. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Look at his face. He's so extra, and I love it. Let me see this. Let me see this tweet. Whoa, we were robbed. That's hilarious. Flinging my hallowed chalice. On the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would be almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. Oh God! We just confirmed that my theory was incorrect. That we have just, by accident, confirmed that Windibanks did not fire at the intruders with his one shot. Which means his one shot has to be the shot that killed him. Oh no, what have we done? We walked right into that one. I played myself badly, didn't I? Ah. As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Shit! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it. Oh, that's a cool little high five. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Yeah, they're so happy! We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. Oh, cameras. Yeah, I did mention those, didn't I? It's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8's fine. 8:30 is fine. 9 is fine. 9:30 is fine. Copious identical prints are produced in quite a I missed that word. Fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Say these cameras produce a print every half hour? I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated theft conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of fryer truck, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Must have been. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Oh! Hey, Gina? Huh. Is this why we were talking about crossing your eyes for cat pickers? Oh, maybe! I don't know. I don't think you can prove that's Gina. Also, look at the doggo picture. It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. Court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please. The accused is the only person who could have possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. Oh gosh. There's got to be some explanation, right? No, I got nothing. Okay. Yeah, guess Gina did it. Oh well, let's go home. No, I still don't think she did it, but like, there's no obvious answer in that picture that I can see. I thought maybe, what if it's... Because you only get like a snapshot of it at one, right? So, you know, my initial thought was something to the effect of, what if, like, those people had just broken in and like he's looking past Gina to them all scared, and Gina's grabbing the gun from the counter to like defend them, but it looks really bad, like in that one snapshot. But I think I would need to see the photo from the other camera to see the door, because he did say they came in like shortly after 1, and that was at 1. So if they were a little early, then who knows. We can maybe hurry up and catch up to Sasato, see her off. Yeah, hey Sasato. Oh, how did the trial go? Oh, no, Gina did it. There was photographic evidence and everything. I'm no longer a lawyer. I keep believing in people that kill others. Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, the medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, and... Get into the battle after retirement, you see. Battle of daily life, if you like. Here I am now, leading a small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all and all for one. Yo, have a great night time. Thank you for hanging out. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was past midnight. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit longer until like I find a reasonable stopping point, but it might be like just after these people talk or something. Gosh, I didn't even realize. And we started early today too. I was just feeling it. This game's great. And chat is also great. Y'all have been very fun today. I've enjoyed chatting with everyone. Have a great night, Penguin. Also knows the time. Yeah, happy Easter again to everyone that celebrates Easter. Happy Random Sunday to all of you that did not. Hope y'all have good weeks this week coming up. Oh, thank you. As is chat. Uh-oh, the chalice is full. They've reached agreement, have they? Bamfy, send me a message on Discord, and after the stream, I will find the image that cracked me up earlier today. And send it to you, because I think you would enjoy it, specifically. But, like, I forgot. I was like, oh, I'll send that to Bamfy later, and then, like, I got back to the computer, and I forgot. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadab Squadron's position, sir. It's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report! On the double! His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. Okay. I'm reaching here because I saw this and my first thought was reach out to the truth, and I was like, oh, that's a cute reference. I'm like, no, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening at all. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't, but in all honesty, I can't actually remember. What did you do? What did you leave in who? You hate juror number 3? Juror number 3 is probably my least favorite, followed by 4 so far. No room for doubt. Stop. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leanings in this matter.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Okay, well, it's time to make y'all change your minds. That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jenny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. So here's the thing I've got for you, Judge. You've got this outdated thing that no one uses called a summation examination, which essentially says, hey, jurors, why did you choose that? And then we quickly point out the flaws with why their logic is bad. It's happened 4 times now. And all 4 times they've been like, oops, our bad, and changed their mind. I feel like we have large systemic issues with your court system at this point. If every time this is used, it turns out the jurors are just like doing things with flimsy logic on a whim. We should probably, you know, instead of just letting them call it as soon as they see fit, make them listen to the entire case until both people are done presenting their evidence. Then you can have this thing called a closing statement by both sides that gives a good summary of it, so that the jurors can have the full picture, instead of like jumping to conclusions at the very first thing that looks bad for someone. That's just my opinion. So, you refuse to admit defeat again? How unsurprising. This all sounds fake. I maintained the best opening statement in movie or TV, like media, I'll say, media, like courtroom history, is the opening statement in My Cousin Vinny, where you have the prosecutor open with an opening statement that's like, you know, long and elegant and like you know, breaks down what things are going to show you, and then comes to the defense attorney's opening statement. He just walks up to the jury. He's like, yeah, everything that guy said is bullshit, thank you. And walks away. If you haven't seen My Cousin Vinny, by the way, it's like really, really good. It's a very, very good like courtroom movie. Again, a very old one also. They actually have, there's like a YouTube channel that like, it's of a lawyer that like, goes through like various like law media and breaks down like how realistic they are. And My Cousin Vinny actually was like incredibly realistic to how the whole process actually works, which I thought was pretty cool. Graphics game's not old. Damn. Hey, I know what you mean, Terry, and it pains me to say it also, because like I grew up on that movie. Like I used to watch that as a kid so many times. Because my dad had like the VHS tape of it. Obviously, it's played up, but as far as you know, Ace Attorney has always been an indictment of the Japanese legal system. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I guess it would also be part of like, I guess that would make a lot of sense, especially in like the first one, where it did feel very pointed about how kind of bullshit it was that like the prosecution had such a high win rate, and you know all they care about is winning and not losing their like perfect record. That's pretty cool. I like that. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Abso-bolly-lutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. You each explain on what grounds you've determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay, do we want to do the summation examination and then end? Or do we want to start with the summation examination tomorrow? Side note. What's the best way to phrase this? Can I finish this game in a normal stream? Or should I start a little early tomorrow if possible? I don't need to finish it tomorrow or anything, of course. I'm just trying to like gauge a general, because I know we're in the trial of the last chapter, but I know sometimes the trials can be very long, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I always ask these things. I'm gonna keep playing because I'm having fun. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young Pocketin. At least the long stream kind of leans towards 2, though. Okay, then I'm in no rush then. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Okay, I said juror number 4 was like my second least favorite, but like the joke started off then it got like annoying because they kept going to it, and now it's kind of been done so much I'm kind of like, okay, this is kind of amusing now. Didn't expect that to be the case. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The brothers aren't on... The brothers aren't on trial here. Also, you voted guilty. Also, you're clearly the revolutionary dude. Also, you have a very cute rat. Just for what it's worth. Hi, buddy. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention, this print. Take from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Gina does not have very good gun safety technique there, that is true. Finger out, please. Unless you're intending to fire it. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Reading further, Shu Takumi actually is on record saying he didn't mean Ace Attorney as commentary about the Japanese legal system at all, but also Japan has a very high conviction rate due to a number of reasons, one of which is that many cases only get brought to court when the prosecution feels they have a strong enough case. Oh, interesting. I think I read something like our federal government also has like an extremely, I don't know if it's like, I don't remember if it was like a specific section of the federal government or just the government in general. But apparently they like a very similar thing where like they only bring cases they think are slam dunks or something. Because I want to say I read something about like a 98% rate or something. But this was like a couple years ago. You know, about needing things to be airtight. So now maybe I'm just talking out my ass. I don't know. But I think that's fascinating stuff. I always really enjoy learning about like the message or inspiration or thing someone was trying to say in their piece of art, whether it be a game, a movie, a TV show, things like that. And sometimes them not trying to say something like, you know, it's just as interesting.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yeah, it's rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course, there can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial. Yeah, Ryunosuke not doing great here. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-pursers, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. Yo, thanks for hanging out, 104. It was nice to see ya. Always a good time. Have a good sleep. Glad you had fun. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. I don't like the sound of that. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. Referring to Mr. Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight, anyway. Alright, I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph, the truth will just pop out. What do you mean look at the photograph? Look at this photograph. Don't you know? Look at the photographic print normally. Uh-oh. It looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. Well, there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. I agree. I'm going to do some research by Googling Sherlock Holmes in a maid outfit. Look, all I'm saying is Sherlock Holmes can rock the maid outfit. I guarantee you. Are you a fan of stereoscopes? How did you know? It's called a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. I need a new perspective on this case.
Hold it!
Dude, are you even focusing on the case? Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing went in through the abdomen. Oh my god, you were operating on Sholmes! Oh, what did you leave in my poor boy? But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel any. Oh my god. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. Surely there's more than one surgery yesterday? But more than one with the abdomen? I don't know. What would be the odds of that? Like 2 in 6 million? That's not how math works, me. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, okay, nice. I actually do hope it's just someone else entirely, and they're just like messing with me, because that'd be really funny. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. As sure as you can be without being sure. Look, I have enough anxiety crop up from like, did I remember to lock the door when I go somewhere? Where I'll be like, you know, halfway to my destination being like, oh, did I lock the door? Did I leave the oven on? Like, that's bad enough. I can't imagine having that thought, but instead of it being, oh, did I leave my door unlocked? It's, oh, did I leave my scalpel in that dude? Mind made up.
Hold it!
Well, why don't you tell me about why your mind's made up? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. From the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail. Steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Fact, cable is becoming a thing of the past. Just not that type of cable. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. Can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh! We have upset this gentleman.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you think stereoscope, like, fanboys were, like, the early 1900 version of our Crypto Bros. We're like, it's gonna be the future! It's gonna be here forever! It's gonna be, and it's like, please stop. No, it's not! Shut up! Go away! That's what I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again. Go on. It's on the blockchain. No, because Mr. Stereoscope is just dumb, not a complete tool. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously gonna have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never noticed before. Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely! How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh.
Take that!
One more print. Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? You need 2 photographs. One for the left eye, one for the right. The print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You need 2 prints. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Interesting!
Hold it!
Please tell me not villain. Oh, his name's villain. Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat, and which glove fits. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize, so I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. Oh my god, it's the older brother! Is it? With, like, the beard and stuff? Hold on, because, like, he keeps mentioning the brothers, and they said that their brother is missing. The Skulkin brothers? Now maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. Well, they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. Skulkin Brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London Town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Yeah, what is going on here? If I can't change the minds of more than half of these jurors, trial will be over. Here's the problem. Oh, okay. Let me pit you against you. Oh my statement? Contradictory? Contradict? Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. Son of a bitch. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, abdomen. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ah, here is a word, abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. We thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you were telling me, these brothers, who look like criminals, were lying. They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. Da? This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said, we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found. Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. With the print from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the print that pictures Jenny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Oh, that's smart. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers fled. This was taken after Hurley was shot then. Why is the lamp not broken? The lamp was broken when we got there. Oh, the lamp is broken. I lied. Well, those who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial. Hey, okay. It's a start, I suppose. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff. Ah, we have our second thing! Wait, what? In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth, therefore I say not guilty verdict.
Hold it! Take that! Take that!
1 and 130. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same. Only with a slight shift of the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Small shift between certain objects. Obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyways. Of course, now I see. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Don't feel bad if you can't do the cross-eye trick with these. It's really hard, and the main reason why you feel this was a 3DS gimmick that didn't translate. Yeah, I'm struggling with it, if I'm being honest. Okay, they're gonna give me a stereoscope and do it for me. Cool. I think it's a cool thing to try with like a 3D console system. Like I think that's pretty neat. Just didn't work super great for me. At least not that quickly. I was also never very good at those like magic, what we call like magic puzzles or whatever, where you're supposed to do like kind of the same thing and you see an image pop up. So jump out at you. even Van Zeeks is like looking through the thing, being like, That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Someone can explain this? Black magic? Why the deuce do some of these things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. Yeah, he really is. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's just like shifting position to certain objects that lets you see the pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counters haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. What's the answer, fellow? You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken, but the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. New info, stop. Not mentioned testimony so far, stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in items on the counter. Uh-oh. I can? One of the people in the shop would have had an interest in what's on the counter. Well, so there's the shopkeeper, there's Gina, then there's like both of the guys, but I'm trying to figure out if it's just like the shopkeeper grabbing something, or if it's like the guys searching through stuff. But I guess if it's the guys searching through stuff, there would be like a bigger difference everywhere, right? Because they'd be searching everywhere. So is it this guy?
Take that!
It was not. See, my problem was I didn't know which of the two guys it would be then, right? Oh, okay. Yes, it does. See, so I was thinking about it, it was like one of two ways, right? It was either like the guys searching for something on the counter, or it was like, you know, if Windabank and Gina weren't like actually having issues, like it looks like, you know, it could have just been him grabbing something from the counter that she was looking for. So, I was incorrect, though.
Take that!
Currently in a stand. The brothers. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you were saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop. Giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused of the pick purse, common gutter trash, while looking further for the wrongdoer. Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? I, for one, would like to hear more from the shady pair. Oh! Oh, you didn't need to headbutt that, friend. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. You can't do a touch yourself willy-nilly. Okay, you're right. He's got to, you know, he's already sterilized, so... Must purchase after trial. Will return home via Regent Street. It seems the trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. A stereoscope has been entered into the court records. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. Uh-oh. The chalice. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities, and I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Oh, perfect! I'm glad we did the summation examination, because, like, that's the perfect ending spot. Game continues to be fantastic. I would love to save my progress. Boom. And we'll probably play this again tomorrow. Might even start a little early again tomorrow, depending on what happens. I've got stuff I have to do during the day for a little bit, but then we'll see. Or I might just start normal time. I'm in no rush to finish it, so we might just like do a normal stream tomorrow. Who knows? I want to thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a wonderful time. I know I did. I really enjoyed it today, and I hope y'all had a great weekend. Have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Let me find someone to send you to. Yeah, have a great night, Bampy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Always fun. Oh, I'm going to send you to Solomon, who's playing Stranger Paradise, which is a game that I've heard is very fun if you have friends to play with. That like the multiplayer of it's like really, really good.
Are you happy or are you gonna kill me?
Renfield is proof that fun has returned to the movie.
All right. Have a great night.